All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for being here with me, and Happy New Year to everyone out there. Thank you specifically for waiting patiently with this intro. I let it run a little bit longer than I normally do because, well, it's the first stream back, I believe, since Christmas Eve. So, just to give it a little bit more time, let the notifications kind of go out there and do what they do. But yeah, today what we're going to be talking about in this stream is PlayStation 2024 predictions. I have 10 specific, well, they feel like specific predictions, but maybe some of them are a little bit more broad. But I do have 10 predictions that I'm going to be making over the course of this stream today. And it'll be pretty funny because maybe January 1st of 2025, we can reflect a little bit and see what came true, what didn't. I'm sure pretty much everything will end up being completely wrong because that's exactly how it goes for me. And I see we already have some members doling out some gifts and a couple of super chats. So really appreciate you guys right off the bat showing some good support. And so before I dive into that, I will just let everybody know a couple of ways you can help support my content, just simply watching it, whether you're watching it live, if you're watching it later on, that means everything. So thank you to everyone who supports the content in any way. But if you want to go above and beyond and support my content directly, there are 3 ways you can do that. Number 1, become a channel member. You gain access to the members lounge as well as some other exclusive perks. We will be doing a members lounge after today's stream. So if you are a member, I hope to see you there. If you are already a member, please consider gifting some memberships. I have to give a big shout out to Matt Fu and Corey, the legend Landiga. Each are gifting 5 memberships immediately as this stream starts, getting us up to 10 membership gifts on the day. So Matt and Corey, thank you guys so much for all of the support. You've been supporting this channel in a meaningful way for a while now, and it's awesome to see. So
thank you.
That is for both Matt and Corey dropping 5 gifts. And last but not least, you can consider donating a super chat. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything else, and it helps support the channel directly. And we have a super chat. Well, first, actually, we have a super sticker from Jakey Stee. It seems to me he's trying to communicate Happy New Year with this super sticker. So Happy New Year to you, Jakey Stee, and thank you so much for that. We have Josh Z with a $10 super chat, and he says, I played Crisis Core Reunion for so many hours, it became the most played game of the year and added over 150 hours to my cumulative. I 100% remake too. Rebirth is almost here. Happy New Year, MBG. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Josh, and thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That is quite the feat, I would say. Crisis Core Reunion being your most played game. Rebirth, yeah, man, it's coming up. I mean, it's crazy to think we're in 2024 now. You know, it's always a kind of strange transition, right? You get so used to writing out the year for all 12 months, 2023, 2023. Every time I update my member goal, I have to update the year. And I, of course, made the mistake of putting, January 1st, 2023. So yeah, it's, man, Rebirth. I'm really excited for that game, man. My biggest concern about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is what else that's launching around it, right? Because it's a big game. It's a game that's going to be apparently about 100 hours to do everything. I really wonder if I'm going to be able to focus 100% on Rebirth and nothing else at the time. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So, Josh, really appreciate that, man. And we have a milestone chat from Unicorn Femi97. Or I don't know if I said that right, but either way, you're saying, hello, MBG. I hope you are doing well. Sony really needs to go all out with lots of first-party titles this year. This will be a peak year for PS5. And so, yeah, it's interesting you say that because, we're obviously going to talk a little bit about that with my predictions. I mean, is it possible that I had 10 predictions where not a single one of them talks about Sony announcing new games. Well, of course not. So yeah, we'll dive into that momentarily, Unicorn. So thank you so much for that. Let me add these 10 membership gifts. You guys will have to help me out because my screen disappeared again. I think that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should be at 10 membership gifts. If I went beyond that and we're sitting at 11, I do apologize. And we have Zombie Dragon following it up, paying it forward. Zombie Dragon also gifts a membership as well. So shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for doing that, man. Zombie Dragon just brought us up to 11, which is awesome to see. And we have The Rock coming in with a milestone chat member for 4 months. He says, want to say Happy New Year, broski. Greatness awaits us all this year. Let's go. I hope so, man. I hope so. Greatness when it comes to gaming, of course, but also outside of gaming, right? New year, fresh start. It's always a good feeling. And you know what? It's even better when it falls on a Monday, right? January 1st, 2024, Monday, start of a new week. I mean, I know technically, at least in the United States, new week starts on Sunday, but, you know, I'll take a Monday. And we have Hellbound 1981, another legend here, coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts. Thank you guys so much for all of the support before we can even dive into these predictions. Really do appreciate that. I am fan funded. You guys know I rely on that support to be able to continue to do this. And it's truly humbling. It's amazing to be able to do this. So Hellbound,
thank you
so much, man. He just brought us up to 16. So let me add that. And we'll get started here. All right. Oh, and sorry, we have ACM, a member for 5 months. He says, welcome home, my brother. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, I got to say, and this is the last thing I'll say before I dive into these predictions. It has been strange. It was nice, but also strange to take so much time off of streaming. I've gotten so used to streaming multiple times a week that going, I mean, what was it, 7 or 8 days? It was something like that without streaming. And it truly did feel like something was missing, you know? It's just, because I got so used to it. But it was nice. I got a lot of gaming in, got to spend a lot of time with the family, just got to relax. It was very nice. So I have to thank you guys for that, really. One more big thank you for essentially allowing me to take a little break, really. It was very much something that I felt like I needed and I took advantage of. And so thank you guys for making that a possibility for me, really. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga. He's doing it already. He's like, yo, man, we need to crush this goal before we even get into any of these predictions. Corey drops a 10 bomb on us. 10 more memberships gifted. So we got a full-blown membership train going as soon as this stream starts. Corey, thank you so much, man. That's for you for getting us to 26 members. So, God, it's not even going to let me update the goal here. So let me add that to the counter. And I want to ask you guys, how was your holiday? I'm curious to see. I meant to ask this earlier. 9. So guys, also let me know. We should be at 26 members. If I'm a little bit short on that, I'll correct that. Let me know how many members we're at. Why does the week start on a Sunday in the USA? It's called a weekend for a reason. Yeah, I don't know. It is very strange. It is. Like, I don't consider Sunday the start of a new week. Who does? And I stream on Sundays, too. Don't miss out on Grand Blue. Yeah, I don't know if it's a game I'm going to be playing. It's not really on my radar, but I see it's a game a lot of people are excited for. Matt says he ate way too much cheese. It says we're at 25. Okay, let me add one more to that. Yeah, I ate too much as well. My wife made some homemade banana pudding as a big dessert over Christmas Eve and Christmas, and oh man, I went a little overboard on that one there. Let me tell you, I have to make up for the damage that was done, but it was so good. It was so good. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. But yeah, I had a good holiday. I know I said I was going to get into the predictions, but I just want to make sure to acknowledge that, Christmas Eve, Christmas, obviously New Year's. Didn't really do much for New Year's Eve last night. Just kept it pretty chill. Hung out with the family. Just it was a pretty normal night actually. Didn't really do anything too crazy. But but I'm glad to hear that everybody had a good holiday, or at least a pretty good one anyway. You're saying only people who work in retail think Sunday is the start of a new week. Interesting. And we have Coffee here with a $2 super chat. He says, "Thank you for the streams. You helped me in 2023." Well, you're welcome, Coffee. That means a lot to me. It does. It's again taking a week off, doing a lot of reflecting. And I should make it known, by the way, I'm sure you noticed I put out a video yesterday that I ended up taking down, talking about some of the plans I have for the channel going forward. The only reason I took that video down, by the way, was because it was causing some confusion, which was my fault. I failed to explain some things properly. So I just decided, you know what, in order to avoid any type of confusion going forward, I'm just going to take that down. Instead, I put up a video talking about my game of the year. So if you haven't checked that out, go check it out. Let me see. We also have Jake Skew and Coffee. I'm glad I could help you out, man. Jake Skew 27 with a $2 super chat says, "At work and I didn't have any sleep. I'm so sleepy." Well, yeah, that's rough, Jake. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. I hope you can get some good sleep tonight. Hopefully the stream can help keep you awake. But guys, with that being said, I have one last request before we officially dive into these topics here, or these predictions, I should say. Please do me a favor and hit that like button. It really helps the streams out. We're sitting at about 90 likes. We have over 300 people here joining us. So if we could get to 150 likes, that would be awesome. It's the best way for you to let me know you enjoy the streams and enjoy the content. But with that being said, I'm going to dive into the 10 predictions for PlayStation in 2024. Obviously, 2023, looking back on PlayStation, it was not the greatest year, certainly. It was not the worst year either, regardless of what some people may think. I think if we look back to some of the worst years in PlayStation history, I could see how 2023 would maybe be in the running to a certain extent, but I don't think it was as bad as some people think it was, because there were some highlights as well. There were certainly some good things, some enjoyable things, but it could have been better. It certainly could have been much better in a lot of ways. And I guess I should make it clear that when I'm talking about my predictions here, I have to add a little caveat to this. You're going to notice that some of these things are certainly my hopes and dreams for PlayStation in 2024 as well. I just didn't want to simply make it my hopes for 2024 because this is kind of like a mixture. There are predictions that are very realistic and not necessarily that exciting, at least in my opinion, not the most exciting, but seems like something Sony might end up doing this year. But there are also predictions in here that I do think are exciting and certainly things that I would hope to see as well. So I do just want to preface it by letting you guys know that. So keep that in mind as we go down this list. But going into 2024, I think I speak for not every PlayStation fan, but a lot of PlayStation fans when I say that we want to see Sony not do more necessarily, because they did a lot in 2023, but do more of the things that we kind of expect from them, right? Some of the things that we feel like we've kind of been waiting on a little bit, and it seems like, we're like, all right, Sony, you're going to do it now? You're going to do the thing now? And you'll kind of see what I mean as we go into this list. But let me read what Michael Lynch says here with a 7-month milestone chat. He says, "Here's to hoping your balance between info videos and streams goes well. Happy New Year, and I look forward to more triple anus." Yes, there we go. Michael Lynch had to get it in there. Yeah, I appreciate that. I should just let everybody know as well that, yes, that's something I'm absolutely prioritizing going into 2024 on the channel. a much healthier balance between streams and videos. I've definitely neglected video content in the past couple of months, and I look to rectify that in the coming months and over the course of this year. So look forward to that if you enjoy the video content. But we're starting here with prediction number 1. And I'm sure many of you can guess what this prediction is. I'm starting off strong with a big hope, but also something that I think is incredibly likely. Sony gives us that showcase sometime in 2024. Now, I'm sure most of you know what I mean when I say that showcase, right? Not a showcase, not just any old showcase. No, that showcase, the one that we were supposed to get in 2023, but unfortunately we didn't get. We did get a showcase last year, but it seems like Sony really dropped the ball in a big way when it comes to what the community, what the fan base expected from that showcase. I think we can all agree on that to some extent. Maybe some people were a little bit harsher on it than others, but generally speaking, the showcase did not do what it was supposed to do. What is a PlayStation showcase supposed to do? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. It's supposed to showcase new games for the PlayStation platform. But if we look a little bit further, we all agree that a PlayStation showcase is where Sony is supposed to show up with a strong first-party presence. They are supposed to have an exciting show where they reveal titles that are coming from their studios. They are out here getting fans excited in the way that they always have, which is, hey, you guys are tuning in? Well, here's what we got for you. Now, granted, it doesn't mean we expect to hear from every studio or anything like that, but I think it's safe to say that after last year's showcase, Sony was missing something vital. And I think if we reflect on 2023, they were missing something vital in general. And it's something that I spent way too many months last year talking about. And I'm very much hoping that it's something I won't have to talk about going forward, or at least certainly not nearly as much this year. And what was missing were new game announcements that the fans cared about, that the fans were really hyped to see and to hear about. And when I think about, Sony going into this year, obviously, if they're going to do a showcase, we have no idea when they're going to do it. They could do it at any time. They could do it in June. They could do it in September. They could shock everybody and do it next month for all we know. I'm not expecting that, but Sony has kind of proven that they'll do their showcases when they want to do them, when they are ready, not when they feel like, oh, well, this is traditionally when we're supposed to do it. Even last year, they did a showcase in May, which, if you were to think summer showcase from PlayStation, you would think either June or September. So I do 100% believe that we are going to get a proper showcase from Sony this year. It would be a huge mistake, in my opinion, if Sony believes that they can go throughout this year without having a proper showcase that really gets the fans. Again, we need a showcase for the fans, to be clear. That's really what I'm trying to say here. That showcase is the showcase for the fans, the one that people have been waiting for what feels like over 2 years now. And that, I think, frankly, Sony does owe the fan base this year. The time has come. The clock has been ticking. Time is up. Of course, I say that knowing we're going to have to wait until like June or something, but you know what I mean. This is the year. They can't push it any further. If Sony goes this year without delivering that showcase, we're going to have some serious problems, like very serious problems, in my opinion anyway. So that is my first prediction. Again, kind of wanted to get the more obvious ones out of the way here. Prediction number 1, PlayStation Showcase for the fans, 2024. Let's make it happen, Sony. Let's make it happen. Even the haters, let's be honest, even the haters, I think, want to see a good showcase from Sony, right? I think we're at that point now. We see we have William Aguilar with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, William. You're saying, MBG, there are still about 10 PlayStation games that I know about, and 5 of them I have seen myself that I expected to be revealed last year that weren't 2024, or that weren't. 2024 will be the greatest year of PlayStation game reveals of all time. William laying it down here. William Aguilar making it clear, MBG, listen, bro, 2024 is going to be the greatest year for PlayStation game reveals of all time. William, I appreciate the confidence. I really do, man. And you're saying here that you've seen some yourself. William, you've been making it seem like for some time, like you got some kind of inside source. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. It's hard to say, but William, I do appreciate the confidence and the excitement because, that's the thing. Like, again, 2023 just felt like a year where I think we were all just kind of we felt like we're kind of waiting around a little bit, like, all right, come on, Sony, like, let's get a move on here, right? And I've been talking about all these different studios and they just haven't really revealed anything new. So, William, we will come back, hopefully, if I can remember to do so. We will reflect later this year to our predictions that we're making today. And one that I really do hope sincerely comes true is you saying that this 2024 will be the greatest year of PlayStation game reveals of all time. That'll be pretty hard to top, though, to be frank, because when you look back at some of the highlight years from PlayStation, you think about like 2015 and 2016 specifically. Those years were packed, man, with some absolutely insane PlayStation reveals that really set the tone, I think, for the remainder of the generation. And that's the thing. If you think about 2024, right, we are kind of at that point now, or at least by the time we get to summer 2024, we are at that point. Williams doubling down. He says it will be even better than 2015 and 2016. Devil Shooter mentions 2016 and 2017. Yeah, they were all really good years, man. They were. So something that we do need to keep in mind here that should be fairly obvious, but I think is kind of worth reiterating, is Sony's intent is to sell PlayStation 5 consoles and bring people in the ecosystem. The only way they're going to do that is you got to have games, man. And it's not to say that they haven't had games. They certainly have, but we just don't know what's coming. And so if they want to bring more people over and win more people over, it'd be a good idea to reveal games. And that brings us to my second prediction. Again, I apologize for how seemingly painfully obvious some of these predictions are, but they have to be on the list, right? Number 2, PlayStation finally announces more first-party games. So obviously, we talk about the showcase, but what is it that we need at the showcase? What is it that we need from Sony? It doesn't have to come in the form of a showcase, mind you. It's okay, Sony. If you want to change how you reveal games, that's fine, but you got to reveal the games. You do. And so that is my second prediction, is Sony is going to announce a significant, and that's the key word, a significant amount of first-party games. Not just because I want them to, because of course I want them to, but because they have to. They simply have to at this point. We have Gothmog coming in, member for a month, saying Happy New Year, MBG. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Gothmog. And thank you so much for being a member. But let me tell you, now this is where I'm going to get into specifics, okay? I want to get into specifics. What first-party games am I predicting Sony will reveal in 2024? Well, this is the part where I'm prepared to be completely wrong to a degree that leaves me feeling, wow, I just shouldn't make predictions anymore. But I'm going to do it anyway. These are the games that I predict Sony will announce from their first-party studios sometime in 2024. The first one I have listed here, Sony Bend's new intellectual property. Okay? Sony Bend's new IP is officially confirmed. I think a lot of people forget about this. It was officially announced by Sony Bend themselves that they are working on a brand new IP. They've been working on this game, I believe, since 2020, 2021, around that time. So they've been working on it for quite a few years now. And you have to imagine they've made some significant progress. But we have no idea what this game is. We just know that it's been in development. Assuming that there aren't any serious development issues, right, like going on behind the scenes, I have to imagine that 2024 is the year where Sony Bend will finally reveal what it is that they've been working on this whole time. Because Days Gone was the last proper game we got from Sony Bend, and that came out in 2019. That's 5 years ago. So, first off, where does the time go? Second off, that's a good chunk of time. The idea that Sony Bend wouldn't be ready to at least reveal what they've been working on, knowing their last game came in 2019, would be quite shocking. If we go throughout this year and we don't learn about their new game, I will be convinced that there are development problems happening behind the scene. But right now, I do not think that is the case. I think that 2024, they're going to be ready to finally, pull back the curtain and show us what this game is. Now, that's about as far as I can go when talking about Sony Bend's new IP because, I mean, again, it could be anything. It really could be anything. But what they did officially confirm is that they're going to take the things that they've learned developing Days Gone and they're going to apply that to this new game that they're making. So it gets me excited. It does. And this game will have multiplayer, but I don't think it's going to be a live service game. At least they didn't make it sound like it's going to be a live service game. When they said that it will have multiplayer elements, they almost made it sound like it's going to have some kind of cooperative element, which I'm all for. I love co-op games. I'm assuming it's going to be like a single player game that if you choose to, you can play cooperatively, something along those lines, based off of what they've said. We have Oliver Opfer coming in with a $5 super chat, or actually not $5, was at €5, I believe. He's coming in with a super chat and he's saying, Happy New Year, everyone. Let's count them up. Well, Oliver, I really appreciate that, man. And he also chimes in with some membership gifting here. He drops a membership gift, which is awesome to see. So, Oliver, thank you so much. And as I'm saying that, Oliver drops 5 more membership gifts. So he drops 6 membership gifts in total for this community. So, Oliver, dude, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that support. That brings us up to 32 members. I know it said we were at 27. I think that counted a milestone, chat, or I maybe counted it myself or overcounted. So we're sitting at 32 members. 30, 31, 32. There we go. So, Oliver, thank you so much. And as I'm saying that, Oliver comes in and drops 10 more. Oliver drops a 10 bomb on top of the 6 he just gifted. Guys, let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Oliver and Corey and Matt Fu and Hellbound and all these guys who've been doling out membership gifts today, going crazy. And oh my, dude, Oliver's going nuts. Oliver's letting them fly right now, guys. 20 more memberships gifted just like that. Drops a 20 bomb on top of 10. I'm losing track. Oliver, dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Seriously. Was not expecting that. He just blew past our second goal. And oh my God, dude, no way. Oliver, bro. Oliver. He just dropped a 50 bomb. Guys, Oliver just dropped a 50 bomb. It's more than a 50 bomb. He dropped like 85 gifts, bro. Holy shit. I got to play the MGS theme. Oh no. I can't play. I knew this was going to happen. You know what? Oliver, I got something better for you. I can't play the MGS theme because my streaming software is currently glitched, which is extremely annoying. But I still have my DumbBells. And I did say last year, man, it feels so weird to say. I did say last year that when we would get a 50 bomb, I would do some curls for you. And dude, anybody watching this right now, they're like, oh man, I just wanted to hear MBG's predictions for PlayStation. Meanwhile, he's about to start lifting weights. But dude, Oliver, seriously, that is insane. I do have to give you a very sincere and a genuine thank you for that type of support, man. That's insane. You just dropped a massive amount of gifts. You just dropped a massive amount of support for the channel, and I can't thank you enough. I have to just say it because of how significant it is. It is this type of support that allows me to continue to do this and to be able to put on these shows and do these streams, run the channel, and grow this community. So, Oliver, thank you so much, man. I got to give you one of those. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bang out a couple reps for Oliver here because he earned it. We're sitting at 112 members, guys. We're not even 40 minutes into the stream, and we're sitting at 112 members because Oliver just went crazy with the membership gifting. Man, if there was ever a time for my... I want to fix my streaming software so I can update this stuff, and I don't know how to do it. Like, my entire screen is just blank, and I'm afraid to exit out of it. I'm afraid if I exit, it's going to close the stream. But just so you guys are aware, we're sitting at 112 members. That's insane. This is going to stress me the hell out because I can't see anything. All right. Before I proceed, I have to ask you guys what I should do here. I'm going to leave it in your hands. Yeah, I know Windows is great, right? I don't know why it does this. I still have plenty of predictions to go through. Okay, we're not going to get too crazy here because I still have a lot to wade through. I can't see anything I'm doing. Like, I can't adjust the camera or anything. So should I? I'm not taking the hat off, bro. I'm not taking the hat off. I told you guys that's 100K. That's 100K. Saying do skull crushers. I want to exit my I want to exit my streaming software. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure I can't do that. It's going to end the stream. All right. I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. All right. Bear with me here. Let me see. We have Oliver coming in as well. I have a super chat from Josh and Oliver. Oliver says, good luck to your wife in a few days. Well, Oliver, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, my wife has a small, not a serious procedure, but something she's been preparing for that she's getting in a couple days. So I will say it's the first week of January is going to be a little bit messy in terms of when streams are happening, when videos are happening. But after the first week, we'll be getting back on track. So I really appreciate that, Oliver. Seriously, that's unbelievably generous of you. Like, really. And we have Josh with a super chat saying, Happy New Year, MBG. Are you going over your 2023 predictions as well to see what you get right and wrong? I know some of yours came true in an unexpected way. You know what? That's a great question, and I didn't even think of that. Because Josh, I think you're correct in that I did do I don't know if it was a stream or a video just like this. Maybe towards the end of this stream, I'll see if I can pull that up and see what predictions I made and see what came true. I did mention how we would probably do that again for this stream. Oh, you know what we'll do? Hold on. All right, so I did my workout today, but you know what? I didn't hit shoulders. So, Oliver, this is for you, bro. All right? Let's get some reps. Remember when we said during the last stream that we're gonna start lifting during the stream so we can all get buffed together? All right, now I don't know if any of you have dumbbells with you right now, or if you got a barbell, or if you just got something you can press. We're gonna do it together. All right, we're gonna go for how many reps? I think we'll do 15. These are 25-pound dumbbells. Wasn't expecting to be doing this so soon, but Oliver dropped that 50 bomb. So a promise is a promise. Apologies if you see my armpit hair sticking out. But we got to get it. We got to get it. Let's go. All right. We got to make sure not to destroy anything here. So what better way to ring in the new year, man. I'm going to get a full-blown pump. You want to know my predictions? Sony's going to crush it. Sony's going to come out, give us everything we ever wanted. Yeah, buddy. Saying this is a great gift here. Let's go. I'm feeling it, though. I am feeling that. Get a couple more in there. And boom. There we go. There we go. I'm feeling that in my traps. Do some aerobics, bro. I'm not trying to drop myself on this stream. But there you go, Oliver. That's for you. I would have played the MGS theme, but instead you got some reps. You got some reps. Next step, circuit training. So we definitely got very sidetracked here, but I had to be sure to stay true to my word. Absolutely. It would have been a little bit different if I could have seen myself on screen. I can't adjust my camera or anything, so holy shit, though. You know, it's funny. You press 25 pounds and you think, oh, it's not that heavy. But man, once you get past like the 15 rep range, I don't know how many reps I just did there, but once you get past 15, you start to feel it. Absolutely. And I'm a little winded now too. But wow. I almost dropped for a second there, bro. I thought I saw actually 3,000 comes in with 5 more members gifted. For a second, I almost thought that was 50 again. I'm like, bro, I don't know. I don't know if I'm able to keep doing this. But dude, actually, thank you so much, man. Just a reminder, because actually just dropped 5 more memberships. We're now sitting at 117 members. We do have a members lounge that we're doing after this. All right. So if you were gifted a membership, be sure to tune into that. Yeah, people keep saying they want me to take the hat off. I got to save that for 100K. That's a promise I made. The closest we ever got to it was last year. There was a stream that we did where Big MP came in, and we were like over 1,200 or something. We got a ridiculous amount of memberships, and I told him like, hey, it's your call, man. If you want me to take the hat off, I'll take the hat off. And he said no. I was like, well, I gotta abide by that. So crazy stuff, man. Yeah, the hat's glued to my head. You need to push subs. Yeah, that's something I got to work on this year for sure on the channel. We got Hellbound 1981 dropping 5 more membership gifts. Guys, I feel a little bit bad here. I'm going to have to make a dedicated video, I think, going over my 10 predictions, because I do feel bad for anybody who was tuning into this just for that. But Hellbound, dude, thank you so much, man. That's another 5 gifted. Guys, I can't update the member goal, which is very annoying. So I'll have to just let you know we are sitting at 122 members now. Hellbound, thank you so much, dude. Reviews and impressions videos. Yes, I will be doing that this year. I don't know how frequently I'll be doing it, but for games that I'm playing, yeah, I'll be doing more reviews and impressions videos and talking more extensively, more deeply about games on the channel. And on top of that, I am going to be streaming games more often. I'm going to be doing more game streaming in the members lounges, but generally speaking on the channel this year, I'm going to start doing more game streaming as well. So that opened up the sinuses. I got to tell you, doing those presses. It's pretty nice, dude. I think bringing the dumbbells up here was a good idea, because anytime I start to feel a little bit lethargic, or like, you sit in one spot for too long, start to feel that way, get the blood flowing. Let's go for a few more reps. If I didn't work out earlier, maybe, but I don't want to overdo it. But all right, let me see. I have Jeremy Parker with a $5 super chat. It's his first time super chatting. So, Jeremy, thank you. He says 100K subs this year. I'm excited to see you hit that milestone. Well, thank you, man. I hope we do. Yeah, I've been stuck at 99K for a long time. And I think that's because YouTube doesn't really know what to do with my content in terms of the algorithm, because I don't really have a set schedule. So, I'm going to look to correct that this year. And I hope we get there as well, Jeremy. So, thank you so much for that, bud. We have Mustafa, thank you for letting me know that's who I'm looking at here. I very much appreciate that. You're saying Happy New Year, and here's to finishing Sekiro in 2024. Yeah, I mean, you guys won't let this die. You guys won't let it die. Junior, you're saying more spoiler talk videos. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm very excited about this year. I am. Even just the first couple of months of this year, I'm going to be playing a lot of games. At least I plan to. And that's a huge thing I want to correct. I say correct as if I was doing something wrong. I wasn't doing anything wrong, but something I want to just do on the channel. I just want to talk more in depth about games that I'm playing. That's something that I think people miss. It's something a lot of people have been asking me to do. It's not that I haven't talked in depth last year. But it's just something that I know a lot of people really want. So I'm looking forward to that. And we have Mario Van Den Eed. I hope I said your name correctly, but Mario comes in and keeps the membership train going, guys. My mind is blown right now. Seriously, thank you so much for the support. I was not expecting this today. He drops another 10 bomb. So Exley dropped 5. Hellbound dropped 5. And then Mario drops another 10. We are at 132 members. It's killing me. It's killing me that I can't update my goal. I can't even take it off screen. But 132 members, you guys are insane. Seriously. Thank you so much, man. And Mario, I don't know if this is your first time gifting or not, but it's always nice to see new names. I see new names coming in, gifting some memberships, paying it forward. Give us more reps. If we hit another major member milestone today, I will. But I'm afraid that if I start doing more reps and I start doing a full-blown exercise routine here, I'm gonna have to retitle my stream, Happy New Year, let's work out together. Don't be a wuss. It's not so much about being a wuss. I love exercise, man. But at the rate we're going, something tells me I'll be doing more reps today. Yeah, I'm going to need a recovery stream the next day. Do some clean and press. Give me at least 20 more. Dude, Prince Smith, he's hyped, bro. He's like, I'm ready to just see a full-blown workout routine with MBG. We'll see, man. We'll see. But Mustafa, thank you so much for that. So I'll give you my Sekiro update, because I know a lot of you guys have been asking about it. And right now, it's not on my radar. Okay? But you know me. I'll never say never. So who knows? Maybe a prediction I can make here is maybe MBG will try again to play Sekiro. Now, I just completed Lies of P. I'm on my New Game Plus playthrough on Lies of P. I just started it. And man, I love this game. I love this game so much. And it really is, I don't know. I beat the final boss, and it was a real challenge. So maybe now that my confidence level is a little bit higher, maybe I can return to it at some point. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. That was a crazy side quest. I hope you enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. That was really fun. And the support is immense, but I need to make sure that we stay somewhat on track here. Okay? And I'm going to continue with my predictions. Now, just as a little reminder here, I was on my second prediction. I have 10 predictions, and we're nearly an hour in. But I was on my second prediction, and my second prediction was that Sony is going to reveal more first-party games this year, okay, specifically from their internal studios. And specifically, we're looking at Sony Ben's new IP, which we talked about, But here is the other games that I think Sony is 100% going to announce this year. Naughty Dog's next single player game. Okay. We need to hear from Naughty Dog. Okay. We need to hear from Naughty Dog this year in a significant way because it has just not been great. It hasn't. It has not been great for Naughty Dog this generation. They started off with the Uncharted collection, which was fine. I think nobody had a problem with that. Then they announced The Last of Us Part 1, which was certainly more divisive. A lot of people scratching their heads on that one. A lot of people also equally as excited to play it, but still divisive nonetheless. And this month we have The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. And then we have the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room being their multiplayer game just got canceled. Now, the way that Naughty Dog tried to save their reputation from getting totally, I guess, ripped to shreds here with the announcement of the Last of Us multiplayer game getting canceled is they reassured everybody that we have multiple single-player games in development. Well, I will say, Naughty Dog, if you want to win people over again, or for the people you may have lost, or some of the fans that may feel disillusioned at this point, the best way to win them back is reveal one of these games. Okay? I have to imagine if they have multiple single-player games in development, at least one of them has been in development for at least a little bit now, long enough so that they can finally reveal it. So I do think we will see Naughty Dog make a little bit of a comeback this year in the form of finally revealing a new single-player game. And to add to this prediction, I'm going to predict that the new game that they're going to announce is going to be their new intellectual property. So I know I'm coming out swinging here with my predictions for new game announcements, a new IP from Sony Bend, a new IP from Naughty Dog. I think the timing is right. I think the time is now. So still have some more game announcements specifically, though, from Sony's first-party studios. Another one that I think we will for sure, we have to get an announcement this year. If we don't get an announcement this year from the studio, I will be 100% convinced that something is seriously wrong on the inside. And that is one of Fire Sprite's new games for PS5. I think some people right now are like, oh yeah, that's right. Sony has a studio called Fire Sprite. It's a massive studio with hundreds of developers. And they've been working on, I think, at least 3 different games. I don't know if that's changed, but they've been working on multiple projects for literally years now. And we have not heard a word, not a single word about any of them. The rumor is that one of the games they're working on is a new Twisted Metal. It seems right. We got the Twisted Metal TV show. They're working on a horror game, apparently, of some kind. These are the 2 games that I've heard about when it comes to Fire Sprite. And again, they were acquired by Sony in 2021. So it's been multiple years now. I have to imagine that 2024 is going to be the year where we finally hear from them. I see some people in the chat saying that they believe Naughty Dog is finished or done. I don't think so. I think a studio like Naughty Dog, they need to. I think they're in a unique position where they have certainly done some damage to their reputation, but they haven't destroyed themselves. Certainly not. I think that if they come out and they announce a new game that looks good, that isn't The Last of Us, and it just looks like it has some promise, it is something fresh, something new, something different, and it looks good. I think that's all they need to do to just kind of get people back and okay, let's see what you got. That's my opinion on it anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Naughty Dog is in a position where no matter what they announce, it's going to be divisive for one reason or another. It's possible. It's possible, but I don't think they're done. No, certainly not. They'd have to do. I think that the biggest thing that Naughty Dog would have to do to end themselves is the same thing that every other video game studio has done to end themselves. And putting your thoughts on Neil Druckmann aside, putting your thoughts on the story of The Last of Us Part 2 aside, and, you know, putting all that stuff aside, the number one thing a studio has to do to basically end themselves or completely ruin their reputation to a degree in which it's just not salvageable in some cases is you have to release at least one really bad game. Usually multiple really bad games, like a few really bad games, multiple bad titles. And Naughty Dog hasn't done that yet. Granted, that might be a problem where it's like, well, they haven't released any bad games. I mean, of course, some people think The Last of Us Part 2 is bad, but, you know, objectively speaking, it's a competent game with a lot of expertise behind it. When I talk about a bad game, I think you know what I mean. Like a game that's just like, you know, I think of like a studio like BioWare, right? Like what they tried to do with Anthem and you know, the last Mass Effect was Andromeda, where just people were like, what's going on with you guys? I think that's kind of what has to happen for a studio with that level of prestige to truly fall to the bottom of the barrel and start over again. So we'll see. I think they still have a good opportunity. But yeah, Fire Sprite is another studio that I predict we will hear from in 2024 because I think we have to. I still have a couple more here, but I have a couple super chats. One from New Soul 9. Appreciate that, buddy. You're saying MBG for 2024. I recommend you have other platforms to promote your channel, not just use YouTube. You can use the shorts that you upload on the channel. I appreciate that input, New Soul 9. Yeah, so right now I have YouTube and I have Twitter. I have a pretty, I feel like it's a pretty large following on Twitter. I have like 65,000 followers, which is nice. I'm gonna try to do that a little bit more. Yeah, it's tough because I don't want to burn myself out, and I'm a one-man operation, but I have a bunch of different things I want to try to achieve this year. The most important thing for me to do is not make announcements, as funny as that sounds, to not tell you guys, hey, this is what I'm going to do, because I am just the type of person where I'm always kind of flowing and realizing that, well, what I thought I was going to do, I actually need to kind of alter that and change it around a little bit. So I want to remain flexible, but I do certainly have plans, and it's a good idea, New Soul 9. It's definitely something that I think a lot of people would appreciate. So we'll see what happens in that regard. And we have Nas with a $5 super chat saying, crazy to think the last time Naughty Dog announced a new game was 2016 for The Last of Us 2. Rockstar announced Red Dead 2 in 2017, I believe, and GTA 6. And see, that's what I'm saying, man. It is very unfortunate. I don't want to focus too much on Naughty Dog over the course of this stream because they're just one of many studios underneath PlayStation, but they are one of the most important. And this is I think you're highlighting another reason why I think it's vital, essential that Naughty Dog has something new to announce this year, because that is staggering to think about. That is actually quite unsettling to think about, that 2016 was the last time we got a new game announcement from Naughty Dog. The idea that they wouldn't have something new to show this year after all this time would be totally and completely unacceptable on all levels. So if we go throughout 2024 without a new Naughty Dog announcement, we're going to have another conversation. But as I said, I predict they will have an announcement. So I appreciate that super chat, Nas, and thank you for reminding me, because I actually forgot it has been that long. That is quite shocking when you put the year on it like that. Jeez. We also have IP Gaming here with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that. You're saying The Last of Us 2 remaster, 6 months later, double dip with the PC port. Trailer for the second season HBO show for early 2025. Naughty Dog still milking the shit out of the series. Well, yeah, I do predict that all of those things will happen. Like I 100% believe we are going to see The Last of Us Part 2 remastered announced for PC. But I think that's going to be a very like low-key announcement, just like, okay, and this is when it's coming out for PC. Season 2 of the show, yeah, that's true. That is slated for 2025. So I do suspect we'll hear about that this year, absolutely. Now, if you're trying to say IP gaming that we're not, I'm not saying you're saying this, but if you're trying to imply that we're not going to get a new game announcement between that, now that would be, at that point, I will have just walked completely away from Naughty Dog because it's like, I like the Last of Us universe. I do. And again, it was really shitty that the multiplayer got canceled. Um, and I love The Last of Us 1. I might give The Last of Us Part 2 another shot with the remaster and just kind of see if I still feel the same way about it or not. But I also want to try that new game mode. But they have to move on. They do. Naughty Dog, listen, I have my own feelings on them as a studio, but what I do know about them as a development team, they have too much talent. I think everybody can agree with that. At least most people can. If you don't like Naughty Dog and you really do believe that they're a bad development team, that's fine. But from my perspective, the developers they have there are very good at what they do in terms of animators, designers, just you're talking about people with a lot of expertise. I think it's practically doing them a disservice to just keep milking one franchise for this long. I have to imagine that many of them are also tired of it as well. And we've been getting these kind of small little updates. Oh yeah, we're working on a new game. We have a new single player game. We have multiple single player games. There's been some kind of like rumors that, yeah, Naughty Dog has a new IP, a new game in the works. But we still haven't had any official announcement. This is why I'm saying, like, they know what's on the line. They're not dumb. Naughty Dog knows what's on the line. They know people are getting tired. They know people are getting frustrated. They know people are frustrated. And they know how to correct that. Show us the goods, Naughty Dog. This is the year. This is the year. If not, well, again, we'll have to have another conversation. But, all right. I have another studio announcement, and this is the one. This is the one, man, for me. I'm excited for Sony Bend. I want to see their game. I'm excited for Naughty Dog's new game, whatever that might be. Like, I want to see it. Fire Sprite. But this is the one. The time has come this year. Sucker Punch. A sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, one of my all-time favorite games. I am a little bit unsure. This is a prediction that I don't feel 100% confident in. Just because I could see a scenario where Sucker Punch is like, we need a little bit more time. So this, I guess you could almost file more in the category of it's more of a hope, but I think it's still a pretty solid prediction. Yeah, it's. Are you saying it's only been 3 years? That is true, but I have to imagine they've been working pretty hard on this game for those 3 years. So I think getting like, even if it's just a teaser announcement, I do think we will get a new game announcement from Sucker Punch. And I do think it is 100% going to be a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know what they're going to call it, but that is very much a prediction, but also a hope of mine this year. If we don't get an announcement from Sucker Punch this year, I'll be okay with that as long as there's another studio there to kind of replace that. For example, like if we don't get an announcement from Sucker Punch, but instead we get an announcement from like Blue Point or something, or Santa Monica, something like that, fine. That's totally fine. You're saying imagine they're not making Ghost 2. It's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely. Venino with a $2 super chat saying, Happy New Year, MBG. How many games did you finish in 2023? That's a good question. How many games did I finish? Well, I think when I did my recap, it said I played either 32 or 35 games. And I usually finish almost, I won't say every game I play, but the overwhelming majority of them. So I want to say I finished at least between like around 20, 25 games in total. I'd have to like look through the list more thoroughly. Um, but I'm sure there's also a couple I didn't finish though. Oh, like for example, a game I know for a fact I didn't finish was Lords of the Fallen. I think I got about 20 or 25 hours into that, and I'm like, I just fell off of it. So that's one game I can confirm I didn't finish. I'm just trying to think if there's any other obvious ones that I didn't. I'd have to look back on it, but I'd say if I had to guess, give like a ballpark number of the amount of games I finished, I'd say between 23 and 27, around there. So you liked Lords of the Fallen more than Lies of P? Wow, interesting. Yeah, I mean, Lords of the Fallen had some good qualities, but it something about the feel of the game just didn't do it for me. Is Dead by Daylight worth getting? It's on sale on the PlayStation Store. I think it is. I do. I think it's worth giving it a shot. Did I get any more time in with Resident Evil 4 VR? Not recently, no. I think the last time I played it, it was I think over a week ago, but I had my friend over and we were kind of playing it together. But yeah, I got to get back on that. Um, I've just been, there's been a lot going on, but I'm, oh wow, you just made me realize something, Matt. Oh, I got to correct that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna add a little something to this prediction of mine. And Matt, I don't know how I didn't think of this. It's kind of sad. I'm a little disappointed in myself. Part of my new game announcements from Sony, part of this prediction is PlayStation VR 2. I actually didn't add this to my list when I was making it. I guess it just eluded me. But 100% what we need to see from Sony in 2024 is further commitment to PlayStation VR 2. They've done a good job, I think. I know that there's a lot of strong opinions, I guess we could say, about PlayStation VR 2 and whether Sony actually supports it or cares about it or not. Um, and I understand that, but it's to me, it's pretty clear that Sony got off to a pretty strong start with PSVR 2 in terms of third-party support. But the area they're really lacking in my opinion, is first party. I don't want to see studios that are making first party games for the PS5 be pulled away from that and be forced to work on PlayStation VR 2 games. But at the same time, PSVR 2 is a platform that Sony released. It's a expensive piece of hardware that they released, and I think it is their responsibility for sure to make sure that they have their own software. And granted, we did get Horizon Call of the Mountain in 2023, but again, playing a game like Resident Evil 4 VR, it really opened my eyes and made me realize, like, there's so much more potential here, where it just between Resident Evil 4 VR and Gran Turismo 7 VR, both of these games prove something very important for VR on PlayStation, and that is you can successfully take these AAA games that are not made first and foremost for VR, and then you give them a little extra care, a little extra love and attention, and you can convert them to VR games. When I think about, for example, like The Last of Us Part 2 remastered, I almost think to myself, like, what if part of the remastered package was there's a PSVR 2 version? I mean, just think about that for a second. You know, that would be insane. That would be a killer app. That would be the killer app for PSVR 2. And I'm not saying it would be easy to do. I'm not saying it wouldn't require a decent amount of resource from Naughty Dog. But to me, that is almost something that, like, I really feel like that would be worth it. I do believe it would be worth it. And I see Exley saying, Red Matter 2. This is as good as the Resident Evil games. Yeah, I should probably at some point give that a try. You've really been telling me about that game, and I've just been like, yeah, maybe I'll get to it, and I never do. Capono, I know my expectations are high. To be clear, I'm not saying I anticipate that. I don't think Naughty Dog is going to do anything with VR 2. But that's where I feel kind of sad, because it's like the potential is there. And the reason why I know it's there is because I've experienced it. And one of my predictions, but it's more of a hope than a prediction, is I want to see Sony show more first-party support for PSVR 2. Because there are, I don't know how many people exactly, but at least a couple million, right? You have to imagine at least a couple million people who bought PSVR 2 on top of their PS5s. And I think Sony owes it to those players to at least show, some stronger support going forward from their own studios. That's my hope. So I wanted to make sure to add that in there. And just to recap before we move on to the third prediction here, just to recap, when it comes to new first-party game announcements for 2024 from Sony, I'm predicting Sony Ben's new IP, Naughty Dog's new single-player game, which I'm also assuming will be a new IP, at least one of Fire Sprite's new titles, and Sucker Punch's next game, which I think will be a Ghost of Tsushima sequel. And then a bonus on there is going to be at least one or two, I'll just say one, at least one new first-party PSVR 2 title. I know some people are going to think, and I want to add this to this part of the conversation before I move on to the next prediction, because I know how some people are going to feel. They're going to be like, look, man, your expectations are way too high. Your predictions are way too out there. That's way too much. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not. And the reason being is because look at the situation right now for PlayStation. Okay? I know there's Concord and there's Wolverine. Put those aside. There's nothing. Okay? Sony doesn't have anything lined up for this year, for next year, or any year after that. We know that they have many studios that have been working on different projects for years now. More importantly, Sony has a business to run. Okay? If Sony thinks they are going to succeed in 2024 without making new game announcements, then good luck. I mean, they would survive, yeah, and they would, but I really do believe if Sony doesn't make new game announcements this year, they're basically asking for any competitor, not just Microsoft, but any competitor to just, all right, well, we're going to take the ball and we're going to run now, and you're going to get left in the dust starting now. It's because that's just the reality for PlayStation. They have third-party support. They have third-party exclusives. This can carry Sony for a while. But I feel very confident in saying that only goes so far. And it would just be, I'm trying to think of the appropriate word to use here without sounding like I'm exaggerating. It would be, in my opinion, straight up disrespectful, I guess, to the buyers of the PS5 console, to not just the fans, but anybody who bought a PS5 console. It would be disrespectful, in my opinion, to have sold this amount of consoles to consumers and go another year saying, yes, sorry, we don't have anything to show you. We don't have any announcements. We don't have a lineup or a pipeline. It just, it doesn't make sense. It would hurt Sony a lot, I believe, and it would cause a huge amount of backlash. And that's where I'm saying that I don't mean to make it seem like, so Sony, whether you're ready or not, you got to go. I don't mean it like that. If they're not ready, they're not ready. Okay? Like, I'm not sitting here saying they need to force their devs to do this or do that. Certainly not. But the reality is years have gone by now. And my assumption from the outside looking in is that these development teams have been working hard over the years on their games. Not rushing, but just working hard on them. And Sony's been giving them the time, giving them the resources, and it would just be very, very surprising to me if Sony doesn't have a healthy amount of new game announcements this year, because we didn't really get the last time we got new game announcements in a significant manner was in 2021 from Sony's first party. Now think about that. I don't want to hear, I'll be honest, I don't want to hear about Concord. I don't want to hear about Fair Games. I don't count them. Those were studios that Sony purchased. Those games were, you know, they were already in development, and that's not what we're talking about here. The last time we got any meaningful first-party game announcement was 2021, in my opinion. You're saying why not? Well, listen, I think if you want to count them, I think that's fine. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I guess it's speaking specifically to the studios that we really care about, the types of games that we really care about, you know? So I don't want to just like shove these games to the side and make it seem like they don't mean anything. It's not that they don't mean anything, but when I look back at the last PlayStation showcase, I don't think to myself, man, that Concord announcement, that was it, man. I don't think to myself, ooh, that Fair Games, looking good. I don't. I look back on those announcements and I think, that's it? What? So they are games that are coming, yes. And they are technically first-party Sony games. And they could be great. I'm not even trying to judge them. But I'm just not worried about them. What I'm worried about is everything else, right? And as far as I'm concerned, the last time we got a real, true first-party announcement that the fans got excited about was Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine. And even then, it's like they're both Marvel titles. There was God of War 2, which was announced slightly before that. But do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Where this has to be the year. And I know that people are like, oh, it sounds like a lot of hopium. Maybe it is. But being realistic about it, it has to be the year, because it wouldn't make any sense if it wasn't. If we don't get any of the game announcements that I just mentioned, like if we don't hear from Firesprite, if we don't hear from Sony Bend, we don't hear from Naughty Dog, I mean, how could you not be concerned at that point? You know what I'm saying? Like, how could you not look at that and be like, what is going on, guys? I would be very, very, very concerned. I would be concerned to a degree in which I've never felt that concerned about Sony before. So I'm fully confident that some of these announcements will happen, because if they don't, then maybe things are, then maybe I guess Sony has to really figure out what their plan is going forward. But anyway, you're saying you don't expect to hear from Naughty Dog. It's only been 3 to 4 years since The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, but see, that's like, that to me is like where things get kind of like silly, right? Where it's like, Man, it's been 3 to 4 years. Like, we should at least have an announcement. And I'll be honest with you, like, I know that these games are huge. Sorry, give me a second. I think that's it. Hold on. All right. I know these games are huge and require a lot of time and a big and they have a big budget. They have a big budget, but this idea that, like, oh, it's gonna take 6 or 7 years, like that to me is where Sony has to figure out a better way, because that's just too, like, even I think that's too long. You know, at least for every studio. Like, if Naughty Dog, even with them, it's like, guys, you're one of the few Naughty Dog is one of the few studios alongside, say, like, Rockstar that can maybe say, yeah, we need like 8 years, like, or 7 years or something. It's like, it takes a long time. Like, we're really pushing the quality and the level of detail here. It's like, okay, but not every Sony studio can be that way. And I just want to make it clear, and then I'm going to move on to my next prediction, because I really don't want to spend all day on every single prediction here. The games that I listed, those are just my predictions. If we don't hear from Naughty Dog, my expectation is then we have to hear from somebody else. So replace Naughty Dog again with Santa Monica. Naughty Dog's new IP isn't ready to be revealed, but Santa Monica's is, because they're really efficient at it, or they've been working on it for years now and it's ready to be revealed. Like, so to be clear, like, these studios are interchangeable. But generally speaking, I do not agree with the prediction that we won't get a healthy amount of new game announcements. I don't agree with that. I think it's fine if that's what you're predicting, but I disagree. So, all right, we're going to move on to the third prediction now. Okay, again, we're still kind of in the relatively obvious territory here. Before I do that, though, I see we have Devilac47, a member for 8 months. He says, hey, what's up, MBG? Happy New Year, bud. Keep that content rolling. You're doing great. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Devilac, and thank you so much for that. I appreciate it, bud. Here's my fourth prediction, though. Or sorry, my third prediction. Prediction number 3. Sony announces at least 2 major partnerships with established studios / publishers, and there's at least 1 studio acquisition, and that studio acquisition is going to be a small to medium studio. It's not going to be a publisher. It's not going to be a large studio. It's going to be a small to medium studio acquisition that it could be unknown, but I want to lean more towards it's going to be maybe another studio that they've worked with in the past, or if not worked with, a studio that makes sense to fall under Sony. So my reasoning for making this prediction is because something Sony has expressed this year, during a time of consolidation, is that they still are very much all about partnerships. Now, obviously, we know Sony is willing to make acquisitions. We've seen them acquire quite a few studios. But we've also seen how the situation with Bungie, how that unfolded. And so I think this is the best kind of like in between, where I could see Sony wanting to continue to try to be a little bit more strategic and not too risky. Partnerships, that's obviously going to happen. Now, I say 2 significant partnerships because I just, it's the beginning of the year. The year is going to be long. I was thinking about maybe just saying 1 major partnership, but I think 2 makes the most sense at minimum. I could see more than that, but I do believe that one of the things Sony is going to be extremely aggressive in pursuing is, again, not the acquisition of a publisher, but partnering with these publishers, trying to get in really close with them and establish these really strong binding relationships, kind of like we see with Square Enix. You know, I think Sony's going to try to do that with other publishers and possibly other big studios. And as I'm saying that, we have Exley 3000 coming in and dropping another 5 membership gifts. Exley, my friend, thank you so much for keeping the membership train going. I know you guys can't see the goal, so I'll let you know we're at 138 members today. That's incredible. This community should be very proud of itself. We have some amazing, generous individuals here that have just been going crazy with the membership gifting today. So, Exley, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
138
Appreciate
members,
it.
going strong. And we have Mark Loven with a $2 super chat saying, I'm ready for South Park Snow Day. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that game. You know, I'm not really into South Park. I never have been. I don't have a problem with South Park. It's just something I never got into. I've seen like different episodes throughout the years, especially growing up, and I've always thought they were pretty damn funny. But I don't know. For some reason, South Park just never really appealed to me that much. But yeah, I totally forgot that they have a new game coming out. Aren't there, you know what? Aren't the recent South Park games actually really good? I could have swore that like the past 2 South Park games got like pretty good reviews and were held in pretty high regard. And we have Laurent. I think I'm saying your name correctly. Laurent. The backer. The backer? I'll just say Laurent. He comes in. Laurent keeps the membership train going. He says MBG. MBG. He drops 5 more memberships. Guys, Laurent just brought us up to 143 members. That's insane. I'm truly shocked at the amount of support you guys have shown today. I'm in disbelief. 143 members. Thank you guys so much for that. Laurent, thank you for the 5 memberships. Let me give you...
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, bud. And we have, let me see... Machiavelli 24, member for 2 months, says 2024 is going to be an amazing year for PlayStation games. I think so. Yeah, I do think so. I understand that not everybody is feeling 100% about the first couple of months. It's a little bit more divisive than I actually expected it to be, where not everybody's excited about Rebirth or Helldivers 2 or Rise of the Ronin, and that's fine. I'm actually looking forward to all these games. So for me, the year's getting off to a very strong start. But I think generally speaking, I think 2024 has the potential to be another really great year for games across the board, like no matter where you're playing. But obviously the hope is we want to see Sony have a really strong year as well. Certainly a stronger year than 2023. I do wonder if that's what's going to happen. You know, I do wonder if by the time we get... Yeah, there's Grand Blue as well. I keep forgetting about that. I'm sorry. I have to look into this game. This is like a PlayStation 5 console exclusive that a lot of people keep mentioning, and I'm not familiar with this series. I've heard of it many times. I gotta look into it more. Question: do you guys think I would like this game? What's it? Grand Blue Fantasy? You're saying except for Xbox. No, I think Xbox is going to have a good year too. I think 2024 could be a pretty memorable year for Xbox if they can get out their games. But they have like Hellblade Avowed. I think there's another one. If they end up being good games, yeah, I think Nintendo too. Be really interesting to see how their year goes with the new Switch console that's going to be announced. Do I think Naughty Dog will get hacked? I hope not. I don't. I just want to forget about that situation, man. I hope nobody gets hacked, because that's. I'll be honest, man. Like it was very interesting to get like insight into, Insomniac and whatnot and their plans, but once we kind of, I don't know, it just once the dust settled and I kind of reflect on it, I'm like, man, that just sucks. Like, it's just not fun, man. Like it's interesting and fascinating. It's like unexpected. Like, whoa, like what's happening? But when it's all said and done, it's like that just sucks, dude. You know? Yeah, that's true. Sony did prove they won't pay up. So hopefully that won't happen again. Um, we have Matt Fu here. Matt, longtime member, he says, Happy New Year, MBG, and all the best wishes to you and your family. Keep up the good work. Greetings from Germany. Well, Matt, thank you so much, man. And Happy New Year to you as well. And all the best wishes to you and yours too, Matt. I just want to take a moment here to acknowledge that. Thank you guys for all the kind words. Really, it's just, it's something that I feel like is easily taken for granted. But we got a lot of great people here, and something that you guys have conveyed to me that I don't want to take for granted is you actually care about me, which is, I don't know. It's just it's kind of mind blowing. So thank you guys for that. But without getting too mushy gushy here, we got Prince Smith with his third super chat. And he says, the woke of us too is hot garbage. The amount of virtue signaling in that game was appalling. Lord Cuckman is pure cancer. Too bad Bruce and Amy left Naughty Dog. Wow. Prince Smith, an absolutely loaded. I mean, he loaded up his shotgun, bro, and he just fired away here. Yeah, that is an opinion that I think people have, certainly, of The Last of Us Part 2 and Naughty Dog. And here's my stance on it. Well, when it comes to The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, I'm going to play it again. And I made that decision because it's been like, what? By the time I play it, it'll be almost 3 years since I played it one time. And what I'm really curious about is now that the conversation, the conversation on The Last of Us Part 2, for me, seems like it pretty much died at this point, or is mostly, not dead, but very quiet. It's very quiet. And I want to play it again without any conversation happening around it. Although, I don't know, maybe the conversation will spark up again. And I want to return to it and re-review it, basically. And I want to see if I come to the same conclusion that I did the first time. Which was the conclusion I came to the first time was I really didn't enjoy that game very much at all. Like, it really just wasn't a game for me, and I was kind of happy to be done with it and just move on. I'm very curious to see if a second playthrough, if anything changes, but also I really want to play the no return mode. Hey, man. You can play as Joel. This is what I wanted. This is all I ever wanted for The Last of Us Part 2. Let me play as Joel. So I'm hoping if I replay the story and I'm like, wow, I don't miss this. I'm not, I feel the same way. I'm hoping at the very least the no return mode will be worthwhile because that does look pretty cool. And another reason I want to play the no return mode is because it seems to me possibly like the closest thing we'll ever get to that multiplayer game, right? I know that's not what it is, but just the idea of choosing these different characters and them having different abilities and it just being focused on the gameplay. So I'll give it a shot. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Prince. I don't know. I've come to realize I don't feel as intensely about certain things as other people for the same reasons. Like, my whole thing about The Last of Us Part 2, and I'm not going on a tangent here, I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. My whole thing about The Last of Us Part 2 is I just went into it wanting something very, very different from what we got. And I was upset that we didn't get that. And the feeling of being upset lasted a little bit longer than it normally would because of how intense it was and how involved everybody was in the conversation. But again, when the dust settled, I just kind of realized like that's all I really wanted. And it's especially painful because I thought The Last of Us multiplayer would make up for that. And then that got canceled. And I'm like, okay, like this is the worst timeline I could have gotten for the Last of Us universe. You know, and so we'll see. We'll see where they go. But saying The Last of Us 2 is like stepping on a landmine of toxicity. I agree. It's crazy, man. Like I came across this tweet and it was so funny because it was, I forget who it was, but it was somebody who was talking about The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, and they said something like, I think they showed the review scores or the Metacritic at a 94, and the user score next to it was in the red at like a 3.4 out of 10. And they said something like about the game being so divisive, and literally the first two comments underneath it, the first two replies, and they both had hundreds of upvotes, at least a couple hundred upvotes each, was somebody saying this is the worst game ever made. They ruined the story. I'll never support Naughty Dog again. And then immediately below that, with just as many upvotes, was somebody saying this is the greatest game I ever played. It's a masterpiece. Can't wait to see what Naughty Dog does next. And I'm like, that's crazy, dude. Like, I really do think The Last of Us Part 2 might go down in history as the single most divisive game ever made. Because it's one thing to see a picture of like, oh, 94 Metacritic, so the journalists and the reviewers love it, and then a 3.4 user score, so everybody hates it. But then immediately below that, seeing that exact thing replicated in the replies and in people supporting those replies, it's like it really is split. And that's where I feel kind of strange about it, because it's like I don't feel. I think The Last of Us. I know I said I wasn't going to go on a tangent. Forgive me. I'll end it right after this, and I'll get to my predictions. But I just want to say The Last of Us Part 2, to me, provides a good opportunity for people to just learn, or at least try to just take your feelings and your opinions and place them down for just a moment and be willing to just listen, right? Because that's what I've learned is the more you listen from both sides, because I've done a lot of listening or reading where, man, I see one person saying this, see another person saying that, see a reviewer saying this, see a YouTube reviewer saying that. And it's like I'm hearing everything. And I just realized that, the only thing I can do is, after putting my own feelings and opinions down, I'm going to pick them back up. I'm going to think about them a little bit more. And the conclusion that I've come to, and I just wish more people would be able to calm down a bit and come to this conclusion, is there are things about this game that I think can be considered just not good, right? But there are things about this game that can be considered very good. And that those two things, this is the important part, can exist on their own. And it's okay. It's okay. Like, it's okay to just say, you know what? I thought the story was horrible, and what, Abby, her storyline, and Lev and whatever, like, and what they did to Ellie, because I feel that way. But I also look at that game and I'm like, yeah, that I feel that way, but I also feel, man, what just an expertly crafted game. Like, no matter how negative I feel towards it, I can't deny the reality that you devs who made this game did a really good job. Like, there's a lot of really amazing qualities about this game, but there are also qualities about this game that I frankly feel like I'm good with. Like, I'm good, man. Like, I don't like it, and I'm okay with not liking it. And I think it's fine for people who do like it. But I really do think that that's the problem with The Last of Us Part 2. It's not even the game itself. It's the conversation around the game and the fact that it just seems impossible for people to not argue with one another. And it gets annoying, where it's like, who cares, man? Like, if it's woke trash, then who cares? That's fine. But if you think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, that's fine too. But both of those opinions, I think they leave so much out. They leave so much out that I think is important to, if you're gonna talk about it, to acknowledge. And that's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Anyway. May the Lord have mercy on Naughty Dog's soul and the fan base's soul if The Last of Us Part 3 is the next game announced by Naughty Dog. Because, man, I will just get ready to put your hazmat suits on. Am I right? Really quick, Dark Horse, you're saying, MBG, it's kind of a bad look when you say the story is garbage in a story-driven single-player game, right? Well, yeah, like it's not good, to be clear. Like if you play a story narrative-driven single-player game and the story is bad or you don't like it, it definitely it can bring down the experience to a really low point. And that's how I felt about it. But it's also one of those things where it's like, I can't help but just identify that there were moments of joy, right? Like there were moments of satisfaction in the gameplay and just some of the moments beat to beat, right? While playing the game. But there were also moments where I was like, I'm just losing my will here. I'll never forget when Neil Druckmann was like, yeah, fun isn't a word we use to describe The Last of Us Part 2. And I'm like, you got that right, Neil. If there's one thing Neil said that I 100% agree with is you're damn right, because I did not have any fun playing that game. There were moments of satisfaction in how the gameplay feels and some of the things you can do and how impressed you can feel by it. But oh man, fun. I don't know. Not necessarily a word I would ever use to describe Did he actually say that? No, he legitimately said that. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing to say because I think it's true. I think it's true. You're correct about that. You're saying the story being bad is an opinion, not necessarily fact. I agree with that. I've listened to people dissect the story in a really intricate way, and I've seen the divisiveness there too. I saw some people saying that, like, meticulously explain like why the way the story works and the way it's woven in this web is genius and amazing. But I've also seen other people saying, here's why it's sloppy and doesn't work as well as they thought it would. And it's like, it's interesting to kind of see even on that level, man, like the divisiveness, it just runs so deep with this game. But anyway, I do apologize. I didn't mean to go on that side quest about The Last of Us Part 2. We'll talk, trust me, January will be a month where we do talk more about The Last of Us Part 2 because the remastered game is coming out. So we'll save that for another time. But yeah, just to make it clear, this one's pretty short-lived. Prediction number 3, Sony's going to announce at least 2 major partnerships with established studios and publishers. One of those partnerships, I will say, I think is going to be From Software again. I know that it's not necessarily like a new announcement because it's like, well, didn't we already establish that Sony has a partnership still with From Software? But I think it's going to be emphasized in a big way, potentially through a new From Software PS5 console exclusive, and kind of like Sony making it known, like, oh yeah, we're still very tight with From Software. That's my opinion. Prince Smith says, "Look at what I did. You know my weak points, Prince Smith. You know how to push my buttons, bro." No, it's all good. Anybody who's been listening to the channel for some time knows how I can just go on and on about The Last of Us Part 2. All right. So prediction number 4. Okay. I'm going to say it one more time because I'm pretty sure Devil Shooter's trying to keep track of the timestamps. Prediction number 4. we will finally see some of Sony's live service games in action, and it will be pretty divisive. However, I do think Concord will be a potential standout title for Sony. Now, this is a big one because we've been talking for a long time about what Sony's doing with their live service ambitions, and it seems as though they have changed course somewhat, or at least reevaluated their strategy and made some very important changes. I would have thought that The Last of Us would have been the standout game, but that was seemingly canceled or shelved. We found out recently that Insomniac had a big GTA Online-esque Spider-Man game they were trying to make, and that got canceled. And it makes you wonder, what other live service titles that some of the studios could have been working on that may have gotten canceled or are going to get canceled. But I do feel confident that games like Concord from Firewalk and Fair Games from Haven, and I think Marathon from Bungie, I think these games are set in stone. Like, I think these games are no matter what coming out. They could be train wrecks, but I think they're coming out. And yes, that's true. There is apparently also still the Horizon multiplayer game, an MMO, potentially. There's some confusion surrounding this Horizon game. It seems fairly obvious that NCSoft is working on some type of MMO Horizon title, seemingly for mobile and I think, was it PC and mobile? But it didn't say anything about PS5. Here's what I think might be happening. I think, how like when you look at games like Call of Duty or like Fortnite or something like that. I don't know if it's the same for Fortnite, but like Call of Duty, PUBG, stuff like that. They have like a console version of the game and a PC version of the game. But then they also have a mobile version, but that mobile version of the game is like different. It's the same but different, if that makes sense. It's like the same general concept of what the game is, but many aspects of it are altered and changed to accommodate the mobile space. I think we could be seeing that with this Horizon game, where I think Guerrilla might be handling the console and maybe PC version of this like MMO multiplayer thing, but then NCSoft is the one that's going to handle the mobile side, or maybe also the PC side as well. But I don't think they're two separate games. But that's one that I think is still coming as well. But I have to say, I think Concord might be the standout, possibly, just because I think Concord has the most potential out of everything we know so far. I would say Marathon does, but I don't know. Marathon, it is Bungie, and I know it's weird because it's like you're going to bet against Bungie. It's like, well, normally I wouldn't bet against Bungie, but given the situation right now, I think I'm going to. We have Corey, the Legend Landiga, coming in with a super chat. Uh-oh. He's talking about The Last of Us. He's pulling me back in. He says, The Last of Us 2's narrative irritated me a bit, but if you look at it like Abby, the heel of this story, and we're not supposed to be a fan, Joel got taken out, so the only babyface option is Ellie. That's an interesting way of looking at it, Corey. I mean, to me, if I were to view the story that way, it would feel a bit forced on my part. And the reason why, but it was kind of forced, excuse me. It kind of was, and that's something I talked about in The Last of Us Part 2. Like, I didn't like how overtly, frankly, just obvious it was that the writers were trying very hard to get me to feel annoyed at Ellie, and I don't, and like everything Ellie's doing is bothering me, but I feel sorry for everything that's happening to Abby. And it's like, I get it. You're trying to get me to sympathize or potentially empathize with who is supposed to be the villain of this story. And I get it. Like it's nothing new. And I don't even know that the execution was that flawed. Like it wasn't that bad. Like in terms of like, oh my God, but it wasn't great either. Like it wasn't the highest standard. There were moments where just straight up I was rolling my eyes because I'm just like, oh man, I really wonder what they're trying to make me feel now. Like, it's like it was a little bit, you could tell it was a difficult thing for them to pull off. They wanted to challenge themselves, and frankly, I think Naughty Dog did not execute it as seamlessly or flawlessly as some people make it sound. That's my opinion, but I get what you're saying. And I get that. Like, yeah, there is no villain of The Last of Us Part 2. That is like kind of the point, right? But it's like, I get it, I just think that, all right. And that's where I'll leave it. Corey's trying to reel me back. He's like, come on, bro, let's talk more about The Last of Us 2. Don't worry. We will. We will, Corey. Abby is the villain. No, Joel's the villain. Duh. Joel's the bad guy. Joel got what was coming to him. Well, in that case, so did Abby, right? Joel didn't kill the nurse. Here we go. All right, we're stopping it. I'm executing it right now. All right, I'm taking a golf club to this conversation. We're moving on. All right. Back to the live service though. Now, I just want to say there is a reason why I believe Concord might be the standout multiplayer live service game from Sony. There's a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a new studio. And it's a new IP. I'm highlighting that because it's not like we're seeing a studio that's established underneath Sony. Sorry, I thought there was a bug on my desk. It's not like we're seeing an established studio underneath Sony where it could be a situation where it's automatically going to be divisive because people are going to say, well, I wish this was a single player game. This is a new studio that from day one, when they started making their game before Sony even bought them, they said this is going to be a multiplayer live service game we're making. So we're not going to look at Concord as a title that's like, oh, well, this is taking away from Sony. No, I don't think it is. Again, they're established or a new studio that established themselves first and foremost as a live service developer. But another reason I think it could be a standout is because it's a first-person shooter. And I feel like there's been a good chunk of the PlayStation fan base that has been asking Sony for a new first-person shooter for literally years now, for almost a decade, since Killzone Shadowfall. There was Resistance in the past. Obviously, there was Killzone. But both of those series have seemingly been retired. And there hasn't been anything to kind of take the mantle, and keep it going up until this point. And so I do think that Concord, if it's not a cringe game, and that's like, I hate to say it, but that is my biggest fear about Concord, is that it's going to be ultra cringe. It's going to be like a hero shooter that makes people roll their eyes, where we got all these unique and interesting characters, and everybody's just going to be like, give me a break, will you? I'm very nervous that Concord could end up being that, because I remember reading in their blog post that it sounds like it's going to be kind of a hero shooter. Or it could be more similar to Destiny. Is that Destiny's not considered a hero shooter, right? What is Destiny considered exactly? But I don't think Destiny's considered a hero shooter. But it could be. But the thing is, it's a PvP based game, so it is a competitive game, and I think the gameplay will likely be good. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because there are a lot of veteran devs working on this title, like Bungie developers, Call of Duty developers, developers who worked on Apex Legends. And so, they do have a lot of talent there. Like, I don't think they're going to make a poor shooter that doesn't feel good to play. My biggest concern is the presentation of the game. I'm not saying it needs. I don't feel like I should be the one to determine what Concord should be in terms of its presentation. But what I hope it isn't is cringe. Like, I just don't know how else to say. It's kind of like I tried that game out, the finals, and that's kind of what I mean. Like, I couldn't play that game because I'm like, this is just cringe to me. I see what they're going for. And to me, this is the Fortnite effect, where the Fortnite effect is not even the art style. Okay? The art style is, I don't care about that. To me, the Fortnite effect is where suddenly everything has to be like you could tell, like, it has to appeal to a younger audience. It's got to be more, very contemporary in that way. And I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that everything needs to be dark or gray or brown either, but I just don't like when it's very obvious who they're trying to appeal to. Because it's like, no offense to Fortnite, but I don't know, man. There is a difference in how some games approach this, and I am very nervous. I'm a little bit nervous. I said very nervous, but I'd say I'm 50% nervous about Concord being a game that, like, when we first see it, like, finally, like, gameplay, it's going to be like, wow, that gameplay looks good, but everything else around it's going to be like, oof, like, oh man, guys, come on now. But I also don't expect this game to take itself super seriously. I think it could be possibly a perfect blend. Make it a little bit silly, make it a little bit fun, but make it a little bit serious too. And to me, those are the best types of games that can kind of offer a little bit of both without leaning too far in one direction. That's my hope anyway. We'll see if they can pull it off, but yes, I do think we're gonna see Fair Games. Dude, I'm so nervous about Fair Games, bro. Oh man, I'll be honest, guys. I think Fail Game. Oops, I said Fail Games because that's what I was trying to say. Dude, I think Fair Games is going to be a failure. I do. I think Jade Raymond's studio is going to turn out to be a bust, and this game is just going to come off like a wow. Sony bought a Ubisoft studio, basically, and it's going to. Maybe it won't be like horrible, but I just think it's going to feel totally out of place, where it's like, this is literally a Ubisoft game. And I don't mean to be so negative. It's just, out of all the live service games that we know of, Fair Games to me is the most nervous I'm feeling for any of these games. Concord I'm feeling a little bit better about, and I think it could be the winner here. Marathon, I think Marathon has the distinct advantage of its Bungie, but we're very worried about the direction Bungie's going in right now because they seem to be going down. So I'm not feeling too great about Bungie either. Now, when it comes to other live service games that Sony has, there's apparently this Twisted Metal game. If that ends up coming out and being good, that could be a winner. It would be really interesting to see a live service Twisted Metal game if they handle it right. Sony London is working on a fantasy-based live service game, which, I mean, we've seen a single piece of concept art, so there's that. And I think another standout possibly could be the Horizon game, depending on how they handle it. I'm a little bit nervous about the Horizon game because, I don't know. I mean, Guerrilla does have some expertise in multiplayer PvP with, the Killzone series, but yeah, that's basically my fourth prediction there, guys. I think that 2024 is going to be a year where we will see a good, healthy chunk of these live service games in action. And I do think no matter what, they're going to be divisive. Even if, like, some of these games look amazing, like, even if Fair Games does look amazing, like, we see gameplay and it's like, top-notch gameplay. I think because it's a live service, because it's very outwardly a live service game, the PlayStation community is automatically going to be a little bit more critical of it. So yeah, that's my prediction. And when it comes to, again, one more studio acquisition, I think 2024 we will see Sony buy another studio, and I think it's going to be a small to medium sized studio. Could be a talented. I don't necessarily feel comfortable right now predicting like which studio it could be, but I do think we will get at least one new acquisition. So again, that's that those are my 4 predictions. Now we're gonna go to another one that I feel pretty confident in. Navinzer with a $2 super chat. He says Bungie is a sleeper cell for Xbox. Yeah, it sure seems like it at this point, doesn't it? Yeah, that's true, Base Cat. Before I move on to my 5th prediction, I will acknowledge what you're saying here. You're saying there isn't anything really like fair games. Open world heists, the potential is high. Yeah, I know there's Payday, but I don't know. Is Payday 3 actually good? I've actually heard pretty negative things about Payday 3. I haven't played it. MBG, if the finals was too cringe for you, I think you may be in for a rude awakening for the games as a service titles. Well, dude, I did play. It was through PlayStation Plus because they gave it out for free. Destruction All Stars, and dude, listen, the cringe level for Destruction All Stars was off the charts. I wanted to die anytime they showed these characters. I'm like, this is stupid. But the gameplay wasn't like the gameplay was okay. I could see what they were going for, but I didn't play it for very long because I'm like, I can't do this. like that's basically what it came down to when I tried playing Destruction All Stars. I'm like, look, man, I'm putting some time into this. It's not the worst thing I ever played. The cringe is high with this one, but it lacked substance really in the gameplay. The gameplay was almost too basic, too simple, and there wasn't enough nuance to it to make it really feel like it's hooking me in. And that, that combined with the cringe level, nah. But yeah, you could be right, man. We'll see. New Soul 9 with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, New Soul. You're saying, MBG, is there any chance you would do any game tournaments with members and possibly give prizes like games and merch for whoever wins and giving another reason to become a member? Just spewing out some ideas. It's definitely an interesting idea. I mean, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure how I would make that work. Like, even just kind of reading that, it immediately makes my stress levels rise because it sounds like a lot to organize and keep track of. And it does sound interesting, though. My whole thing is like, again, being a one-man operation here, I have many times overextended my reach, and because of that, like, had to just like recoil and reevaluate. And I always feel bad when I do that because I don't want to disappoint people. I don't want to like overpromise and underdeliver. And so, I will say, New Soul 9, my answer to that right now is that's definitely not something I have in mind. Like, it's not something I'm thinking about. I see B Flesher saying you can play 100 player custom Warzone lobbies. Is that a thing? I don't play Warzone. Do they allow for custom lobbies? That's actually just not a bad idea, actually. I'd get a lot of people in there. That'd be pretty funny, though. One day getting to a point where MBG's annual tournament, members tournament. But, to be just totally transparent with you, New Soul 9, right now, that's definitely not something I have in mind or on the radar. It is a good idea, and it is something that I would say if it ever happens, it would have to be built up towards over a period of time. Like, other changes would have to come before that. Other things here on the channel would have to occur before we reach that point exactly. Because that's, that's like some in my opinion, that's like some next level type of stuff going on. We're talking about tournaments with prizes and stuff. It's like, well, it's not totally outside of the realm of possibility, but I appreciate the ideas, New Soul 9. Something I would like to try to do this year at some point. We'll have to see. MBG's tech support is boss, who's just chewing the wires. Corey, dude, unfortunately, I can't play the Metal Gear Solid theme today because and I really have no idea why it does this, but my streaming software glitched out. I can't even update the member goal. We're at 143 members, by the way. So, yeah, I'll have to play that for you next stream, potentially. So I do apologize for that. Monthly random prizes for members. Yeah, it's a tough thing. I mean, I've tried to do some giveaways before, like randomly on streams, but we'll see, New Soul 9. Something I would like to attempt to do this year at some point when the timing is right is try to do some type of member, like, let's play or something, in like the members lounge or something like that. That would be pretty fun, but I'd have to like sort out which games we're going to do. And my biggest concern about doing something like that is how I would rotate everybody to make sure everybody would be able to. Like, I don't know if I would create like another tier membership, possibly. Like, I might have to do something like that to like make it so that not every single person who gets gifted a membership is, oh, you can now game with me, because that wouldn't work. That's too many people. But I'll think about it. We'll see where it goes. I definitely have plans this year, New Soul 9, and I appreciate the ideas. It's definitely not a bad idea, certainly. Matt York is thinking a little bit differently here. All right, let me see. I want to move on to my 5th prediction. So we're about halfway through here. Some of these, we'll see how. I think some of these I'm going to have more to say than others. But my 5th prediction, another fairly obvious one. But I think the PlayStation 5 Pro, or I predict the PlayStation 5 Pro, will be announced and revealed during the summer. I want to make something known right now, okay? Because this has been bothering me a little bit. I've been seeing people in the PlayStation community talking about the PS5 Pro showing up at CES 2024. For those who don't know, every year Sony shows up at CES. It's a place where all these big tech companies get together to show off their latest technology. And for the past couple years, we've seen things like PlayStation VR 2 in focus. Jim Ryan usually takes the stage. And, they talk about this different, some of the different tech that they're working on. I need it to be known that the PS5 Pro is not going to show up at CES. The reason for this, in my opinion, is fairly obvious. But yeah, CES. And also CES is happening in like 7 days. It's not happening in January because it would. Do you know how many people would say, "Oh, I was going to buy a PS5, but now I'm not going to. I'm just going to wait for the Pro." It would literally hurt their sales. It would. And that's exactly why they're not going to. In fact, Sony's probably only going to give a 2-month window between the time that they announce the Pro and release it. This is just business 101. I've been seeing people, I've even been seeing like YouTube videos and stuff popping up of like people saying like, the announcement's coming. Like, no, it's not. No, it's definitely not. You shouldn't be getting people's hopes up for that because it just does it. Look, so I'm not saying there's about a 99.99% chance it's not happening. But on that, if somehow we are in a timeline where Sony wants to announce a PS5 Pro in January, keep in mind the PS5 Pro isn't launching until like November. I'd have to ask the question who there Sony is trying to hurt their sales, because that's exactly what it would do. So no chance whatsoever. Just wanted to kind of make that clear now, because again, I've been seeing quite a few people talking about that. But there's another thing with the PS5 Pro that I want to add to this prediction, and that is that I think there's going to be more excitement and positivity behind the PS5 Pro than initially thought. I think for a long time, people have been, and even still now, people have had a pretty negative feeling towards the PS5 Pro. Not everybody, but it's been a little bit more divisive, where there's a lot of people saying it's not necessary, we don't need it, Sony's not even pushing the PS5. And I agree with all of that, but I think when it's revealed, it's going to be made very clear that, like, it's just if you want it, I mean, that is kind of already obvious, but I think it's going to be even more so emphasized, where it's going to be clear, like, this is just for the enthusiast person who buys PlayStation consoles, who really wants that extra bump. But for everybody else, it's not needed. Just buy a regular PS5. And I think when that happens, it's gonna like calm people down a lot, and it's just gonna kind of be like, oh, okay, yeah, Pro's fine, But I do think that the people who are excited for the Pro, I think they're gonna become more vocal once it's actually announced and once it releases. And I think there's just gonna be that thing that happens where it's new hardware and people are excited about it. I think honestly, we're going to see a very similar situation with what happened with the PlayStation Portal, where there was a lot of negativity from the time it was announced all the way up until the time it launched. And it wasn't until it launched that suddenly people were like, you know what, actually, maybe this isn't that bad. Maybe this is actually kind of good, or, better than I thought. And I really do think that the PS5 Pro will be in that exact same situation. But I think there will actually be even more excitement for the Pro than there was for the Portal, because the Pro is, it's a full-blown console. It's not like a accessory and, something that's using remote play. But yes, I 100% believe that the Pro is coming this year. And yeah, I think that announcement is going to happen in the summer. Specifically, if I were to date it, I think we got a rumor that the announcement for the Pro is coming in September, but I think September sounds right. I think if they announce the Pro in June, it's launching in November, that's too much time. I think September announcement, November release, perfect timing there. So yeah, again, that prediction, I don't have that much to say, but I wanted to be sure to put it on my list here. We're going to move on to prediction number 6. Now, this one might be my wildest prediction so far. But I was really thinking about it, and I'm like, I could see this happening this year. I do. I think this is going to happen. And here it is. Prediction number 6, sometime during 2024, we're going to get a leak regarding another handheld console from Sony. But this time, it's going to, the leak and the rumor is going to make it clear that it's running games natively, and it's not a remote play or cloud-based device. Now, to be clear, it will be a leak and a rumor. And because of that, it could be something that isn't actually coming out with the PS5. It could be something planned for closer to next gen with the PlayStation 6, something around that time. But I do think, now, again, this is like one of those predictions that falls more in line with a maybe less realistic but more hopeful prediction. The reason why I think this is because I have to imagine that Sony has been at least prototyping or conceptualizing a new proper handheld. And we've been talking about the PlayStation Portal, and how it seems like it kind of caught Sony by surprise with just how much demand there really is for it. And we talked extensively about how, it seems like it kind of test run to a degree to see just how are people going to feel about a new Sony handheld, even though it's very different, and we've also talked extensively about things like the Steam Deck, all these different, I don't know the names of them, but there's these different companies that are releasing these dedicated like handheld, PCs basically that, can play PC games that can run Steam. And Sony's putting more of their games on Steam. Sony's putting more and more of their games on PC. And I've talked to you extensively about how it just doesn't seem to make any sense to me for Sony to not want to get in on this themselves. They're a hardware manufacturer. It's right there. So that is likely going to be my craziest prediction out of all 10 of these. My whole thing with this is there's only one way Sony can make this happen, and that is they're going to have to do one of two things. All right, if Sony's going to do a dedicated handheld, it can't be like the PlayStation Portable or the PlayStation Vita. And what I mean by that is it can't be its own thing that is separate from the PlayStation 5 console or, in the future, the PlayStation 6 console. The only way they're going to be able to do this, well, they have two options. The first option is there is another handheld that's going to follow up the PlayStation Portal, and it's going to be a PlayStation... God, I don't even know what they would call it. I don't know what they would call it. They could call it something... PlayStation Portal Pro. The Portal doesn't really make sense. Doesn't matter what they would call it. But what I do think is that what they would have to do with this handheld is make it so that they would have to have a PC launcher, essentially, or their own like dedicated launcher. Maybe they could make it just for this handheld where you can play any PlayStation title that has released on PC on your handheld. It'll effectively function like a Steam Deck. The only part where it gets kind of messy is if Sony wants to go in that direction, I don't know how they would handle like the OS. Like, would they allow Steam on it, or would they have to have their own launcher? I mean, that could be stuff that they're already kind of working on. And actually, maybe something I talk about later on with my predictions will line up with this. But I think a more realistic approach for Sony, as I've talked about in the past, is I think right now Sony is possibly thinking about releasing a dedicated handheld that it'll come out around the PlayStation 6 generation, and when it does, it will function basically like a Steam Deck. But by that point, I mean, you're talking about the year 2027, 2028, or even 2029. Technology would have improved significantly. This device could be much more affordable, much more efficient, much more practical, but more importantly, it can actually play PS5 games. Like, all of them, right? It could play maybe some PlayStation 6 games. And because people have said that Sony should do this now with the PS4, but I don't think it makes sense to do this now with the PS4. Okay, I don't think it makes sense for Sony to release this generation a dedicated handheld that plays PS4 games because they're going to move on from the PS4 very soon if they haven't already. The PS4 is going to get left behind. But we are at that point where if we approach the PlayStation 6 generation, Sony could, during that generation, release a handheld where it's like it plays all PS5 games. The PS5 is going to be relevant for many years to come. Many years to come. Well into the PlayStation 6 generation. Just a thought. Now, again, I'm not saying this handheld is coming this year. I think 2024 could be the year where if Sony is truly planning a dedicated handheld of any kind, we're going to start to hear about it. Because we did hear about the Portal before it was officially announced. There were different rumors and there were patents. And they all turned out to be true. So now the Portal's out. What's next, if anything? So there you go. That's my that's my, what is that number? Yeah, that's my 6th prediction out of 10. Again, probably my wildest one. See Prince Smith here. He says, by the way, Happy New Year's, bro. You still owe me 20 reps and 5 flips. Dude, if I tried to do a flip, I would legitimately, on stream, you would see an ambulance roll, like a paramedic team carting me out on a stretcher. And yeah, that's how that would go, man. I know you meant backflips. That's exactly why I said that. No way. But I appreciate that super chat, bud. MBG back. Dude, I don't know how people do that, honestly. Like, I don't know how people just do standing backflips. It's very impressive to me. I would never never try that. To me, that's one of those things where it's like, why would I risk it? I mean, just the other day, I got to tell you guys this little micro side quest. That's not about Microsoft. So, how many of you tuned into the members lounge that we did? I think it was the last one or the one before the last one where I had my Twitter feed on stream, like on the screen. So anybody who was there, you know how insane my Twitter feed was, where it was ridiculous. But there was a lot of dark stuff on there, a lot of messy stuff. And I got notified by YouTube that got age restricted and demonetized. Well, it wasn't ever monetized, but like it had a red demonetization symbol on it as saying like you cannot monetize this even if you wanted to. And that was the first thing ever on my channel that got age restricted. And so I can't do that anymore because that can be very dangerous for the channel. YouTube does not like that. YouTube does not like when they have to age restrict stuff. But I'm just pointing this out because just yesterday I randomly went on Twitter and I saw this video of it was like a little I guess it was some kind of club or something, and they were dancing, and there was some guy dancing in the middle of a circle like Michael Jackson. And there was like a little stool in front of him, and some dude ran out of the crowd and attempted to backflip off of the stool. Fucked it up completely, broke his neck. Dude was just lying there. Pretty sure he died. If he wasn't dead, he's a quadriplegic. Because he wasn't moving. And they had to like cart his body away. And it was like, I watched this and I'm like, I'm just taking mental notes when I see this stuff. Like, note to self, never attempt a backflip. Just don't. What reason would there ever be for me to do a backflip? No, there's no reason. There's no reason. So why even bother? But that was a wild video, man. And there's my micro side quest for you. I just had to, you mentioned backflips. Yeah, it was so crazy. Aaron says, I'm going to try a backflip now. All right, let's keep this rolling here. Prediction number 7. Okay. My prediction here is that the next PlayStation CEO will be officially announced later this year. I'm thinking maybe around May or June or possibly July, like basically around that time. But more importantly, whoever is named the CEO, I'm predicting it's not going to be somebody we know. Like, it's not going to be like Shuhei Yoshida or something like that, or Herman Holst. It's going to be somebody we're not really familiar with. And my big prediction here is if it could be like Eric Limpel, he's kind of known. I predict that fans and the wider gaming community is going to be extremely critical of this individual. Like, they're going to be watching them with a microscope, basically, and watching every move they make and hanging on to every word they say, because whoever is going to be announced as the new CEO of PlayStation is following up Jim Ryan. And Jim Ryan got off to a pretty good start in terms of people were not very critical. I think people were a little bit concerned, where they were like, I don't know about this Jim Ryan guy. Sean Layden just left and we liked him, so we hope Jim's good. And then as the years went by, I think it's safe to say that generally speaking, regardless of how you feel about Jim Ryan on an individual level, like whether or not you thought he did a good job, he was definitely divisive. He definitely caused some controversies, and not everybody liked Jim Ryan as the PlayStation CEO. And so I think because of this, whoever is taking up his spot as CEO, not Hiroki Totoki. Hiroki Totoki is the interim. I don't think he's going to be doing much. He's just going to make sure things are just running smoothly, I assume. But whoever does take up his position is going to have to, make all the important decisions. They're going to have to talk to the community to a certain extent, and they're going to be compared like to Jim Ryan. And I want to say that the chances of the next PlayStation CEO doing a better job than Jim in terms of keeping people and fans feeling good or happy is higher, because Jim didn't care at all. And I think that's obvious. Like, Jim just did the business thing, and it kind of got to a point where it's like, I'm sure somebody at Sony was like, Jim, maybe just don't talk anymore. like just do your job and do what you do, but maybe don't do any like public relation stuff. I think that PlayStation fans and, again, the gaming community is going to hang on every word and decision that the next CEO makes, because PlayStation is not necessarily in a bad position, but they are in a bit of a I don't know what word to use to describe it. It's not bad, it's not good, it's not ideal. It's just kind of in a they're in a bit of a mixed situation, I guess you could say, where there's good and there's bad. And I will say, from a public facing perspective, it's been more bad, seemingly, in some ways, in terms of just communication wise. So I do think I didn't feel confident in making a prediction that the next CEO, precarious. There you go. That's a good way to put it. Precarious situation. I didn't feel confident in saying one way or the other that the next PlayStation CEO is going to be well received and do good things, or be ill received and do bad things. I just feel that the community is going to be eager to know who's taking up the mantle here, who's going to be in charge, and what are they going to be like. What are they going to be more engaged with the community? Are they going to communicate with the community better? Are they going to undo some of the things that Jim Ryan did? Are they going to continue to push for some of the things that Jim Ryan pushed? I think that this is where the critical aspect of it comes in, where, again, everyone's going to have their kind of magnifying glasses out and be like, all right, here you go. Yeah, uncertainty. It's a good word to use too. So there is a lot of uncertainty. Yeah. A lot of uncertainty, and we are waiting for the next CEO to come in and basically let us know what can we be certain of going forward. So that is my seventh prediction. So we're really starting to kind of get this thing moving here. My eighth prediction. Sony makes significant announcements for PC in 2024, including a launcher and trophy support. I think this is definitely going to happen. I could be wrong in my prediction that it will happen this year, but I 100% believe this is going to happen. I mean, there are job listings that confirm this is happening. But the reason why I think 2024 will be the year it does happen is because 2024 presumably is the first year where we're going to see some of Sony's live service games launch day one onto PC. Concord is slated for 2024, and it is a first-party PlayStation studio and game. It's launching day one on PC. Concord could very well be the first, as far as I'm aware, first ever first-party PlayStation game that launches day one on PC alongside console. And The launcher, yeah, the launcher I'm a little bit unsure of. Like I feel much more confident in trophy support coming, but the launcher I could see maybe getting delayed and coming out later on in like 2025 or something because it could it's I'm sure it's not an easy thing for them to put together, and it will take a lot of time and resource, but they could have been working on it for some time now. But I do think that Sony has much bigger plans for PC in 2024, and it's not just with their live service games. I think that we're going to continue to see uh, other games like games like Ghost of Tsushima, maybe like God of War Ragnarok, games like that get announced for PC. Not necessarily assuming all of them are going to release on PC this year, but they will be coming nonetheless. And I think that basically what we're going to see going into 2024 is Sony continue to push towards having a much bigger presence on PC. And I think that them launching the PS5 Pro next year is going to give them a little bit more reason to get a little bit more aggressive about their PC support, because the Pro will basically serve as, well, if you don't want to buy a PC, we have a very powerful console here that's very capable and affordable. So that is definitely something I expect to see. We have PlayStation Pete with a $5 super chat. PlayStation Pete, thank you so much, man. Longtime member, saying, Happy New Year, MBG. What if video games get so expensive that Sony makes no profit? Microsoft has money and Nintendo is not chasing graphics. Well, that's kind of the conundrum that Sony finds themselves in, I think, right now. It's a situation where their profit margins are not ideal, and in some cases are shrinking because the cost of their games is just ballooning, man. It's getting crazy, and a big part of that is things like apparently cutscenes, right? Like we found out that Insomniac spent $40 million alone on cutscenes for Spider-Man 2. And that game does have a good amount of cutscenes, but it's like not the most cutscene heavy game I've ever played. So yeah, Sony has to figure this out. We've had extensive conversations about this. I'm not necessarily worried about Sony's profit margins. I'm not worried about how much money they're making. The reason why I'm not worried about that is because that's not my job. Like if I had answers to that, like very solid, foolproof answers, I wouldn't just be sitting here talking about it. I'd be telling Sony to hire me and I'll solve that problem for you. But it's not my problem. I care about the health of the brand, in the sense that I want to see the games do well. I don't want to see the studios fail or the games fail, especially if they're games I really like. So I'm rooting for them to figure it out. I'm rooting for the next CEO. Like, I hope you have a good solution. Like, I hope, because that's the whole thing. We're sitting here talking about a new PlayStation CEO. Dude, that's going to be their job. That's why they're going to get hired. Like, figure this out. Solve this for us. Like, run this shit. Because there's no singular, simple solution. There's give and take with everything. And, we could just sit here and say, well, the solution is simple. Spend less money on games. Right? And it's like, well, okay, that is a simple and albeit very effective solution. But what's the give here? What's going to get, like, something's got to give. And what's going to give is, well, maybe you can't spend $40 million on cutscenes. So what does that mean? It means less cutscenes. Well, how are you going to fill in those blanks? I don't know. It's stuff like that where it's like, it's the assumption is that Sony is giving their studios autonomy. Do what you need to make your game as good as it can be. But there's no doubt in my mind that Sony is looking at the bill, the cost, and being like, okay, guys, like we want to give you all the freedom to do what you need to do to make your games the best they can be, but you got to tighten it up. Like, something's got to go, give here. Like, got to cut down a little bit. And AI cutscenes. Yeah, I did see. Speaking of AI, I just saw. Check this out on VGC. It's getting real now, by the way. Square Enix president says it will be aggressive in applying AI to their game development. In a letter, the executive explains, I think this is the CEO, he explains the new initiatives he has put in place since his appointment, including vetting games in development and accelerating plans to provide more resources to its internal teams. He says Square Enix was expanding knowledge sharing with the goal of standardizing its processes and enhancing our efficiency, as well as encouraging closer collaboration between its content and publishing teams. Perhaps the most eye-catching section of the letter, however, mentions the president's ambitions in the area of artificial intelligence. We also intend to be aggressive in applying AI and other cutting-edge technologies to both our content development and our publishing functions, the executive wrote. In the short term, our goal is to enhance our development productivity and achieve greater sophistication in our marketing efforts. In the longer term, we hope to leverage those technologies to create new forms of content for consumers, as we believe that technological innovation represents business opportunities. So, yeah, I mean, you throw in AI there, I have no doubt in my mind. That Sony is they're already heavily looking into how they can use AI in this exact way can we use AI to cut down our costs? And for those wondering, guys, we talk about how cutscenes for Spider-Man 2 cost $40 million alone. But the reality is the overwhelming majority of that money, of that cost, goes towards the developers, employees, benefits, that's the thing, man. It's like, if you want to have the talent, you got to pay for that talent. Again, you're talking about people who are experts in their field. It's a competitive industry where headhunting still does happen, where, they've got these big companies. Microsoft is a good example of a company that, like, we can pay you however much. What's your number? We just want you on board. They have the ability to do that. So it's a tough situation. We don't want to see real developers being replaced by AI, obviously, but I could see a place for AI in game development to a certain extent, and I think that all companies are already kind of looking into that somewhat. But PlayStation, Pete, when it comes to Sony and their game development and profit, well, again, man, there's no easy solution. If there was an easy solution, it would already be in place right now. But I obviously hope that they can find a good one and this is the most important part. I completely understand Sony needing to improve their profit margins, and I don't fault them for that. As a business, they have to do it. All companies do at some point. But my only hope is that I don't want them to find success in doing so in a way that leaves us feeling not good, in a way that hurts us directly or leaves us feeling like things are just not fair or not what we wanted. That's what I will say there. So yeah, that could be the answer. Dark Horse, you're saying easy, more AA games. Yeah. I don't even know if AA games is the right way to put it anymore, dude. Like, I think it just, even AA games at this point have gotten to a point where it's like what is now considered AA was once considered the AAA standard. So it's almost like smaller AAA games. Hello, boss. Boss has awakened. So PlayStation Pete, I appreciate that, buddy. But yes, just to clarify, my 8th prediction for PlayStation in 2024, tripling down on PC. I think Sony has made it abundantly clear that they do very much care about PC as a platform. It has been beneficial to them. It's worked out for them. And I think, I know that there are like some fanboy takes where it's like PC is hurting PlayStation, but I think in the way that Sony has approached it, I think they've proven that, well, whatever they've been doing is not hurting console sales, because the PS5 just passed 50 million sold and they're doing good. So they're probably going to push the envelope a little bit further and see what else they can do, because, when See, that's the thing, PlayStation Pete, when we talk about Sony finding ways to become more profitable, that is a huge way. That is a huge way where they could find some more profit to help them out with their budgets and making their games overall more profitable, releasing them on PC. And this is why I'm at this point, I'm not against this at all, because it's like, yeah, I'd much rather Sony be able to sell more of their games and make more money off of their games, so that way they can justify the budgets of these games, than have to say, oh, well, we could sell it on PC, but let's not. And then let's just like shrink the budgets of our games. It's like I'd be a little bit more nervous if that's what they chose to do. So we'll see. But to be clear though, I'm not saying that we're going to see day one launches. I'm not predicting we're going to see day one launches on PC, except for live service games. I think Sony will maintain their stance in 2024 with single player games launching exclusively on the PlayStation 5, and then a year or two later, maybe coming to PC. When it comes to live service games, I think every live service game is going to launch day one on PC alongside console, and some might even launch on mobile as well. I think that's a pretty safe prediction there. All right, so we're getting towards the end here. Prediction number 9. This one, I think it's a little bit broad. I won't lie, but I didn't necessarily feel comfortable trying to get too detailed about it, because you'll see what I mean. So my number 9 prediction here for PlayStation in 2024 is PlayStation Plus will see an overall improvement across all tiers: Essential, Extra, and Premium. Now, when I say improvement, I do want to make it clear what I mean. I'm not talking about day one first-party launches. I do not think that's happening for PlayStation Plus. I don't think that's ever happening, but certainly not this year. So that's not what I mean. What I do mean in terms of improvement is minor improvements. Improvements that will not necessarily move the needle in a significant way. Improvements that could come in the form of better support for PlayStation Plus Premium with classics, right? Better support for the Essential tier, where, look, we just got the PlayStation Plus announcement for Essential for January, and I've seen some people saying it's a bad lineup, and I wholeheartedly disagree with them. I think it's actually a pretty good lineup. You're getting 3 PS5 games, one of which is really good, in A Plague Tale Requiem, from what I heard, and very much worth playing. So it's like minor improvements like that it's like stuff that can help justify the price increase of PlayStation Plus. And maybe for some people, the only thing that could justify it is putting their games day one on it to like match Game Pass. And I get that, but again, I just, realistically speaking, that's not a prediction I feel comfortable making, because I just do not think that's happening. I don't think that's on the cards at all. But I do think that Sony needs to care about PlayStation Plus. I don't think Sony can afford to just look at PlayStation Plus as an afterthought and something that they shouldn't try to. It would make no sense, because they have a large subscriber base for PlayStation Plus. They did increase the price of it, and they have 3 tiers. So I think that there's a lot more work that they can do. I think there's a lot more that they could try to add to sweeten the deal. And I do suspect that they're looking into that they're working on that, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. If they're not, I think they're just going to lose subscribers. That's that. I mean, I just feel like that's logically what would happen. So yeah, that's, again, I know that's a pretty safe prediction, a pretty basic one, but it's one that I definitely had to throw on here, because yeah, I do think we're going to see Sony make some moves with PlayStation Plus. Now we're going to get to my 10th and final prediction. See, we may have gotten sidetracked many times over the course of this stream, but I think we got to the 10th prediction here in a relatively timely manner. I mean, the 2 hour and 45 minute mark, not too bad for a stream, I would say. getting to the 10th prediction. Now, this one is one that I feel is kind of cheating a little bit. All right, when I say it's a prediction, because it was kind of leaked out during the Insomniac hack situation. But I do believe that Sony is going to announce sometime in 2024 that they are going to be expanding PlayStation Plus to other devices. Again, this was pretty much leaked in the hack, but to me, it makes sense for Sony to want to do this, because I think that they've hit a ceiling with PlayStation Plus in terms of the ratio of how many PlayStation consoles are out there and how many people are going to subscribe to it. I think Sony has every intention to try to grow their PlayStation Plus subscriber base. And obviously, one of the ways they can do that is to add more value, of course, to improve it. But another way that they're seemingly looking into is they want to expand it to different devices. They want to expand it to PC. They want to, and I think that's the first thing we're going to see. When I talk about Sony embracing PC in a bigger way, I think PlayStation Plus will expand to PC to some extent in some way, but they want to get it on mobile. They want to get it everywhere. They basically do want to follow in Microsoft's footsteps in this regard with PlayStation Plus. And it'll be really interesting to see how they handle this and how they plan to announce this. I think that this is likely going to just be a good thing. It gets a little bit murky, I think, when you talk about how they're going to do it on PC, because that's where I don't know if they want to bring PS Plus to PC and to, well, I guess on mobile they could do it through their app, but on PC, I don't know. I feel like wouldn't they have to have a launcher for that? Maybe I'm wrong in that assumption. But this is where I kind of think that their plans are all we're starting to see a clear picture painted about how they're going to expand the platform in general. And, in some regard, it seems like Microsoft was correct. We've talked extensively for years on the channel about the changes that Microsoft made to their platform, the way that they chose to expand it. And granted, Sony, it's unlikely Sony's going to copy it beat for beat. But, there were a lot of people throughout the years that said Sony's probably going to go in the same direction to a certain extent. And it was kind of understandable that a lot of people would be like, I don't know about that, man. I don't think that seems likely. But years go by, changes are made, and things leak out through hacks, apparently. And yeah, it seems like in this regard, when it comes to expanding the platform and finding ways to grow their, whether it be their subscriber base or their engaged players, and just expanding their player base in general, it seems like going to PC, going to mobile, and just going out there is what they're going to do. Now, I still have certain feelings on that where it's like it could work out to be the greatest thing that Sony ever does for their brand. But at the same time, I still care about the console. And I think if Sony handles it the way that they are, where they're kind of taking one step at a time and not just ripping the Band-Aid off, I think they could find a great balance where they can ensure that there won't be any negative repercussions for their console, but they can also make people who are not going to be engaged with the console happier, right? By giving them more access and making it more accessible overall. And so, yeah, Microsoft paved the way in this regard, and we got to give credit where it's due, because now Sony is looking to follow in their footsteps, and that'll be interesting, man. It'll be a really interesting day when both Sony and Microsoft are expanding Microsoft has already been expanding aggressively, but Sony in particular. It'll be an interesting day when we see that Sony is very clearly aggressively expanding beyond the console. And the real question is simply that: what will Sony's success rate be in doing that if they don't, by not putting games day one onto PlayStation Plus, by kind of still sticking to their guns in that sense and doing things the way they want to do it, it'll be fascinating to see. But these are things that I do think we are going to see, or at least hear about to some extent in 2024. Maybe I end up being wrong with a lot of these predictions, but I tried to be as logical and realistic with these predictions as I could. Again, I think my wildest prediction is the one about hearing about a leak regarding a like a new dedicated Sony handheld. If there's any one prediction on this list of 10 predictions I gave that I think is the most likely to be false and just flat out not happening, it's that one. But there you go, guys. That is my list of 10 PlayStation 2024 predictions, and I want to ask you your thoughts now. What do you think of my list? Do you agree with it? Do you think it's pretty good, pretty decent, or do you think I'm totally off the mark? Do you think I'm being too unrealistic? Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Maybe I should run down the list one more time. Don't answer that question yet. Don't answer that question. Let me run down the list one more time. 10 predictions. Number one, PlayStation has that showcase in 2024. Prediction number two, PlayStation finally announces more first-party games from their studios. Number three, Sony announces at least 2 major partnerships with established studios and publishers, and at least 1 studio acquisition, small/medium. Number four, we will finally see some of Sony's live service games in action, and they will be divisive, and I think Concord may end up being the standout. Number five, the PS5 Pro will be revealed during the summer and will generate more excitement than initially expected. Number six, sometime during 2024, there will be a leak regarding another Sony console handheld that will actually run games natively. Number seven, the next PlayStation CEO will be named, and fans will be very critical of them. Number eight, Sony makes significant announcements for PC, including a launcher and trophy support. Number nine, PS Plus sees an overall improvement across Essential, Extra, and Premium, but still no first-party day one launches. And number 10, Sony announces PS Plus is expanding to other devices. So there you go. In consecutive order, those are the 10 predictions. What are the first 7 again? There you go, Broccoli. Rob, I gave you the first 7 again. You think the list is a must? Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I could see, like, I think if even like half these things happen, it would be a pretty good year. But I feel like, so let me do you know what, this is a good little bonus we could do here. I want to go over these 10 predictions, and let's label them as needs to happen, like it has to happen, versus it's okay if it doesn't. It can happen, it can't, and it's fine. Indifferent, basically. So let's start with number 10. Let's work backwards. Sony announces PS Plus is expanding to other devices. In my opinion, this is not a needs to happen. Yeah, maybe there's a better way I could. I guess this is the best way to grade it. Either needs to happen or doesn't need to happen. For me, number 10, when it comes to expanding PlayStation Plus to other devices, that doesn't need to happen. I think that could turn into a needs to happen later on if they choose not to do it now. But to me, that is something that if there's an announcement for it, great. If not, I think it doesn't make a difference either way, realistically. Number 9, PlayStation Plus sees an overall improvement in 2024. To me, that's a must. That's a must. That needs to happen. This is the first year after the price increase, and I think, again, we're off to a pretty good start with the Essential games in January, in my opinion. But I think Sony needs to, like, hammer it home that, like, we're still trying our best to improve this. I think that's a must. Yeah. Number 8, Sony making significant announcements for PC. I do think this is a must, believe it or not. I think it's a must because when we talk about some of the struggles that PlayStation is having as a business right now, one of the biggest struggles, as we talked about, is the profitability. And I do think that we are at a point where we've seen Sony embrace PC. There's a lot of concern, a lot of worry. Everything's fine. Everybody's happy, right? I think if Sony wants to push the envelope a little bit more and embrace it a little bit more, again, I don't think that's going to come in the form of day one single player launches, but embracing it more in an effort to try to be more profitable with their games. I think that is a must. I do. I think if you are an executive at Sony looking at the numbers, you don't look at this as something that's like, nah. I think it is a must. Like we got to do this. That's my opinion anyway. I got a super chat here from New Soul 9. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, MBG, people should have seen the writing on the wall because you're just leaving money on the table. I honestly hope PlayStation Plus comes to Nintendo and Xbox. Microsoft just took the next logical step to grow faster. That would be such a funny scenario where Sony is the first one to put their service on other consoles. No, I'll be real with you, New Soul 9. Part of the expansion of PlayStation Plus, I do not think involves Xbox or Nintendo to any degree. I just don't think we're going to see that between Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo anytime remotely soon. Not this generation. Maybe next generation and beyond, but I don't see that. I think Sony, their path forward is very much the same as Microsoft's, where Microsoft is no longer viewing, well, I mean, why would Microsoft view PC as competitive? They own Windows, but I think Sony isn't viewing PC as necessarily competitive or competition to them anymore. Same with mobile. I think Sony's trying really hard to kind of just pivot in that direction of there's a large demographic of people playing games on PC and on their phone. Maybe we should embrace that a little bit more and stop looking at it as competition necessarily. But I do think I do think Sony still very much views Microsoft and Nintendo as competitors. That I just think that's off limits. But in the long-term future, man, who knows? But New Soul 9, I do agree. When it comes to leaving money on the table as the price of developing games rises or the cost, yeah. Give me 1 second. I just have to let Leia out. All right. Sorry about that. But New Soul 9, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Where did we leave off here? We're at number 6. Sometime during 2024, we will get a leak regarding another handheld console that will run games natively. All right, so this one is a little bit tricky. I think it is a must, but it doesn't have to happen this year. But I think the general idea of Sony has to eventually make another dedicated handheld console, I do label that as a must. I think Sony would be out of their damn minds seeing the rise of handheld, gaming with the Switch, with the Steam Deck, with all these other devices that are now in the works. And I think there were even rumors that Microsoft might be even working on something like that. I think in the future, it has to be a must. I think for this year, it's not a must that we hear about it. If we don't hear about a handheld PlayStation console this year, that's fine. But in the long run, I do think it is a must. Number 5, the PlayStation 5 Pro will be revealed during the summer and will have more excitement behind it than expected. To me, that's not a must. That is not a needs to happen thing. I think there would be a certain level of disappointment if for some reason the PS5 Pro was suddenly canceled. And Tom Henderson reported to us that, yeah, Sony canceled it in like March or something and took back their dev kits. I don't think that would happen. But I'm just saying it's not a must. To me, the PS5 Pro is very much just one of those things where it's nice and it's cool, and I'll be there day one for it. But if it doesn't happen, totally fine. Number 4, we will finally see some of Sony's live service games in action, and it will be divisive. Uh, this to me is this one's kind of tough because it's like on one hand I feel like I would be totally fine if we never saw any of these games and Sony just basically pretended like nothing ever happened. But I feel like I can't say that. I do feel like this is a must and it has to happen this year because it's a situation where it's like you talked about these games, you revealed some of these games, we have to see them. Like we it's been years, we have to see some gameplay. I don't view it in a way where it's like realistically speaking, where if Sony just pretended like they never bought these studios and never announced these games and just swept it under the rug, that would be weird to me. And that would be very problematic. I do think at the very least they have to commit to trying to release some of these games, if anything, just because of the level of investment they made. So I do consider that a must. Number 3, Sony announces at least 2 major partnerships with established studios and publishers and at least 1 studio acquisition. To me, this this is not a must. I know that may seem a little bit controversial, right? Like, surely that is a must, but here's why. The reason why I don't think this is a must and needs to happen in 2024 is because I think there's still plenty of time. And right now, we are seeing Sony come off of buying more studios than they ever have, ever, in such a short period of time. They bought Bungie, they made a massive investment. I could see Sony actually pumping the brakes and going in the opposite direction, saying we need to like worry about our own studios right now, getting our budgets under control, getting shit straight, getting shit organized. We're not necessarily worried about investing right now and making these huge partnerships if they're too expensive, or certainly acquiring when we're trying to figure out what to do with our current acquisitions. We need to keep in mind that Sony spent a lot of money in the past 3 years on studios, on consolidating as well, alongside everybody else, and you have to evaluate it and think, well, how good were these investments? And some of them were good, seemingly. Others very much questionable. So I don't view this as a must in 2024. Now, to be clear, when I talk about big partnerships, I'm not talking about exclusivity deals. Okay. I didn't want to put that as a prediction because to me, that is something that no matter what is going to continue to happen. Like I would only put that down as a prediction if I thought that Sony was going to stop making exclusivity deals with second and third party. That will continue. When I talk about these big partnerships, I'm talking about something on the level of like what we're seeing with Square Enix and the Final Fantasy games, where it's like very clear, like this is a major thing that Sony is paying a ton of money for and investing heavily in. Same thing with NC Soft. I'm talking that level. That type of stuff doesn't have to happen this year. It can wait if it needs to. Navinzer says, "Can you predict the end of Enemy?" Dude, Navinzer, what Sekiro is to my general community here, Enemy is to Navinzer for me. He really wants me to watch this movie. One day, Navinzer. One day. The end of Enemy, he's a doppelganger or something, right? All right, so number two, so PlayStation finally announces more first-party games. I mean, come on. Does it even need to be said? It's a must. It is like out of everything on this list, number 2 is the biggest highlight, bold letters, underscore or underline. I mean, absolutely. If Sony doesn't do anything else on this list, they have to do this. If we were to remove 9 of these things aren't going to happen, and only one can. This is the one that has to happen. Sony needs to announce new first-party games. All right, so out of everything here, that's a given. And then number 1, Sony finally gives us that showcase. Now, to me, that is a must, but I want to add the caveat here that if for some reason Sony decides they want to change how they announce their first-party games, that would work as well. Like if they're like, look, we're going to like every couple of months announce a new game or something and not announce them all at one time at a showcase, that would be strange. That would be very unexpected, but it is a way in which we could not see a showcase and still get what we want, if that makes sense. But to be clear, to me, that's a must. Sony has to give us that showcase. We've waited long enough. And so, yeah, there you go. There you go. My predictions for Sony in 2024. Now, somebody mentioned to me earlier, they were like, MBG, did you look back at your predictions you made in 2023? Which ones came true? Which ones didn't? I'm going to go see if I can find this real quick. I don't have this up, but that would be really funny to look back and see what I got right, what I got wrong. I do want to ask you something, though, before I do that. Guys, we still have over 330 people here watching, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Can you do me a favor and hit that like button for me? We're at 283 likes. We're very close to 300. I think we could go beyond 300. I'll be honest. I know we only have 300. I say only. It's a lot of people. We have 336 people here. I think we could get to 300 and beyond. Let's do it. All right. While you guys hit that like button, give me a second. I got to go back here on my channel and see if I can find I got to see if I can find this. So this would have been the first week of January 2023. I don't know if it would. I don't remember. Maybe you guys have a better memory than I do. Did I do my predictions in a video or in a stream? I want to say I probably did it in a stream, right? So January 2023, I'm looking at my streams now. Oh, I did. Press X Podcast episode 141. Wow, isn't that crazy? Yeah. So let's go check this out. I hope it has timestamps. Oh my god, I don't think it has timestamps. No. Or wait, maybe it does. Hold on. Devil Shooter coming in clutch with the timestamps. All right. This is so funny, dude. How many predictions did I make? I'm trying to read these timestamps. This will be funny to listen to. Topic: PlayStation in 2023. So I'm going to start with my 5 predictions. Oh, 5. Okay. I start with number 1. I want to just basically give a quick overview for PlayStation in 2023. I want to say that since the launch of the PlayStation 5, Sony has been very consistent with their output on the PlayStation 5. I don't feel that there has been a weak year. I feel like if there was a weak year, it would maybe be 2021. But even then, Sony's output was good between games like Returnal, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and obviously 2022 I think was a really, really good year for PlayStation. I mean, from first-party output alone, you're looking at Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, The Last of Us Part 1, God of War Ragnarok. That's not counting any of the second. Oh, you guys, I'm sorry. You guys can't hear it? Shit. Hold on. Yeah, see, this is the Are you guys not hearing it? Is it not coming through? I'm just sitting here like an idiot. You can't. Oh, this is the problem. I can't. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I can play it through my phone. This is ridiculous, bro. I can't believe my stuff is so glitched out like this. Well, basically, I was listening to it a little bit, and the first thing I was saying is reflecting on the PlayStation 5 generation so far. I was saying that I don't think Sony had a weak year yet since the launch of the PS5, and it's funny because I don't know. Let me see if I can fix this. What a pain in the ass, man. I don't see a way to refresh it. I'm just so afraid to mess with anything on here because if I do, I don't want it to view your stream in a web browser. Oh shit, what did I do? Okay, are we good? I don't think I just disconnected anything, right? See, I want to find a solution to this because this keeps happening. It's so stupid, man. Like the whole screen just disappears. I might start using like a different streaming software. I apologize. Yeah, I see. The thing is, like, it doesn't even have my settings here, so I can't even turn the audio on the way that I want to. This is annoying, man. This is legitimately ruining my stream right now. That is what I'm streaming through, yeah. And that's what's glitched out. Well, I'm going to end the stream a little bit different. I'm not ending the stream now, but when I do end the stream today, I'm going to end it differently so I can figure out if quitting my streaming, if exiting my streaming software and bringing it back up, if that ends the stream or not. All right, let me see if I can play it through my phone here. So thank God for Devil Shooter and his timestamps. My first prediction for PlayStation in 2023. It's probably the most obvious one. It's very likely something that is on every PlayStation fan's mind going into 2023. So prediction number one, PlayStation will have a showcase in 2023, and it will be a big one. And I'm going to go as far as to predict that the showcase is going to take place sometime in June. Okay, so PlayStation Showcase. This is obviously the big thing that was missing for Sony in 2022. And obviously I became a bit of a meme month over month where it's like, maybe this is the month. If only I knew. Showcase. Or maybe if not this month, the next month. And we even got rumors in October that Sony was planning a showcase apparently, and then they canceled it at the last minute. But something that I think left a bad taste in all PlayStation fans' mouths, no matter how good of a year you think Sony had, is the fact that they didn't do a proper show. Moments before disaster. Sony did have some incredible state of plays. They did have good state of plays. And then another amazing state of play in September. And some people have even said that when you combine these state of plays together, I mean, they practically make up a kind of showcase. But I think the problem is not the fact that Sony didn't do a showcase. I feel like it's easy to say that, like, oh yeah, Sony didn't have the best year because they didn't have a proper showcase. What's going on with that? What's Sony doing? It's what the showcase represents that I think matters most. Because it's not the showcase that was missing in 2022 that made it so frustrating for some PlayStation fans. It was the lack of announcements from PlayStation Studios. Damn, dude. That's what a showcase represents. Holy shit. If only I had known. MBG of January 1st, 2023. That's fucking crazy. See, I'm glad I went back to at least get this, and I'm glad this was the first prediction because it just goes to show that nothing has changed. Like I was saying, January 1st, 2023, the problem wasn't a lack of a showcase. The problem truly was the lack of first-party announcements. And here I am, January 1st, 2024, saying the exact same thing because nothing has changed. So, damn, who would have thought? It's getting spooky out here, bro. Let me see if I can find my second prediction here. Here we go. Prediction number 2. But prediction number 2, Sony has at least 2 unannounced 2023 PlayStation exclusives. So what I am anticipating and what I'm predicting is that between now and the end of this year, Sony is going to announce 2 PlayStation games that we have not heard about officially yet, and they're going to come out before the end of this year. I say this because even though right now Sony has I'd say they have a pretty decent roadmap. You know, we're looking at Forspoken in January, PlayStation VR 2 in February, and there's a little, small gap there, and we go into June, and then June we get Final Fantasy 16, and then sometime in fall of this year we're getting Spider-Man 2, and that's pretty solid, but to me it seems clear that there's something missing here. All right. So, damn. Oh, oof, yeah. Oof. Aged like milk, bro. I don't think we got any since I recorded that to yesterday. There was not a single game announcement. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. That's the whole thing. I'm trying to think, like, was there any game that got announced in 2023? I don't think so. Right? There was no PlayStation game announced that also came out. Well, yeah, the God of War DLC is the closest thing, but that's not a game. So, yeah. Yeah, but then it did Concord did get announced, but I said my prediction specifically was that 2 games would be announced and released. God, man, what the hell was I thinking? Well, I've learned this year. See, I didn't say that this year. I didn't say that. I'm saying we just need game announcements, bro. They're not to come out this year. Now I've learned. Damn, dude, that was now I'm like thinking I had 3 more predictions. What the hell were they? What the hell were those predictions? Classic MBGL. Yeah, that is a classic. Truthfully, that's Dare to Dream says actually. I dared, bro. I dared. I've come down a little bit since then. That's blue box levels of hopium. All right, let me get to the third one. Really quick, JC 2013, a member for 12 months. Thank you, man, for that. You're saying hitting the big leagues, LOL. Loving the new badge. Let's go. Have another great year, MBG. Well, thank you, man. And yeah, you guys are clearly going to make this another great year, which is awesome. Let's get to prediction number 3. So my third prediction, is that PlayStation fans will be pleasantly surprised by some of Sony's live service games that are announced in 2023. Now, this is an important one to talk about, I think, because I can't listen to this. Fear it's making me cringe too hard. Of PlayStation fans have is Sony's approach to live service games. Automatically, holy shit. Let's just stop you there, MBG. Let's just stop you there, my friend, okay? What I think MBG meant to say is, I think PlayStation fans are going to be pleasantly surprised that multiple live service games are going to get canceled. Oh, geez. It really does highlight how disappointing 2023 really was. It does, man. It does. It keeps getting worse. I was afraid of this. So prediction number 1 was a showcase. I got that right. It happened a month earlier than I predicted. but everything else about what I thought was going to be in that showcase was wrong. Prediction number 2 was 2 unannounced games that we're going to release, and that was dead wrong. My third prediction from last year was PlayStation fans are going to be pleasantly surprised by these live service games. Totally fucking wrong. Not only were they disappointed, but some of them straight up got canceled. Oh, man, this is... You're saying reflecting isn't a bad thing. Actually, I will say I'm glad I did this because this gives me more confidence in my list today, because I think my list today is way more... Like, the only thing that I think I could say is veering towards like copium territory, if you want to call it that, where I could be totally wrong, but it would still be really bad, is when I said that Sony's like, here are the games that Sony's going to announce in 2024. I could see myself this time next year looking back at this list and being like, man, I was totally wrong. Like, almost none of these games were announced, but we got these games announced instead. I mean, fuck, man. Should my prediction be replaced with Sony doesn't announce any games in 2024? Because dude, listen, if I went back and told myself, if I could go back in time and tell MBG on this stream, January 1st, 2023, dude, they're not announcing jack shit, bro. Like, I'm not kidding. You're going to go a whole year. They're not announcing any new first-party games. I would have said, who the fuck are you? Like, I mean, are you crazy? I would have said that. I would have said that to myself, to my future self. I would have said, you're crazy. That's not possible. Yeah, that would be too. So I don't know. Damn, that's rough though. All right, prediction number 4. So I did 4 predictions. I did 4 predictions last year, not 10. Let me see. All right, prediction number 4. Now we're going to move on to my 4th prediction. And this is I think it's a safe one. And I was unsure if safe? I wanted to go with this or something else. But my 4th prediction is that Sony will acquire 1 to 3 new studios, ranging from small to medium. Now, what I was considering putting here is Sony will acquire a major studio on the same level as Bungie, or possibly even a publisher. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I don't think that's a realistic prediction, because... Little did I know, none of these predictions are realistic. So, yeah, Sony didn't acquire anybody in 2023, did they? Just to be clear, did they announce any acquisitions in 2023? No, right? I don't think so. Hold on. What did Prince Smith say that was deleted by Jay Shako? Uh-oh. Hold on. Why? It's not even showing up. Oh, bro. Okay. Actually, I'm looking to you right now. Is that true? Actually, because I didn't see whatever. Well, I'm gonna trust Jay Shako here. I was a little bit distracted by my past self here. Yeah, we can't be doing that. No. Oh, okay. All right, Exley. Yeah, we want to avoid that, bro. We're not trying to do that. That's risky territory here. I don't think there was any. God, dude, Prince, bro, you gotta tone that shit down, bro. Prince is in here thinking like, yo, this is a goddamn. All right. Well, let's calm it down a bit. All right. All right. So, but to be clear, you guys were saying no. Yeah, there was no studio acquisition. Yeah, I said 1 to 3 studio acquisition. Look, to be fair, to my credit. All right. Listen, I know it's easy to look back last year when I said that Sony will acquire 1 to 3 smaller studios. I know it's easy to say, wow, bro, you were totally off the mark. Keep in mind, though, that I was basing that off of what happened in 2022 and 2021. And what happened was we saw Sony buying studios like every couple of months. So I just want it to be known that what we actually saw happen in 2023 maybe makes sense, thinking Sony wanted to slow down. But I just, it's not like I was pulling that out of thin air where it's like, oh, hey, Sony's just going to buy studios for no reason. They were on that trajectory. So, but yeah, I was wrong, flat out. All right, let's get to my 5th prediction. God help me. Where's my 5th prediction here? All right. From small to medium. Now, my 5th prediction is probably the most wild prediction because it really is what it's not a hope. Like, that's the thing. I couldn't put this under my I'm annoying myself at this point, bro. 2023 because I'm not necessarily hoping for this. I do genuinely believe this could be a thing that we see, and I think it will be a pretty big deal if it happens. You know what? Let me just stop it there. My 5th prediction, maybe a bit oddly specific, is that Rockstar will announce GTA 6 this year, but it's going to happen at a Sony event, and we're going to learn that Sony actually has the marketing rights. So close. Grand Theft Auto 6, and so pretty much all the advertising done for GTA 6 to be fair, that one remains to be seen. So that was half right. I was half right, but half wrong. That was funny, dude. I'm sitting there like, what's he gonna say now? What's bro gonna say now? Well, if Sony does have the marketing rights, which who knows if they do, but if they do, I would have gotten that one mostly correct. Yeah, that wasn't. Why was I saying that, dude? What was I smoking last year, bro? I don't even smoke. What was I talking about? This one's kind of wild, guys. GTA 6 is going to get announced. I guess it felt kind of crazy to say that because at the time, I don't think we heard anything about GTA 6. I don't think we heard anything about GTA 6. So I don't think the GTA 6 leak happened yet either. So I think I was under the mindset that GTA 6 could still be a ways out from even getting announced. So yeah, wow. So I have a question for you guys now. Okay, we listened to my 5 predictions from 2023, which struck out completely. Horrible. How would you, knowing that those were my predictions in 2023 and how it turned out, what do you think about? Yeah, I was 0 for 5. What do you think about my predictions this year? How do you think they stack up? Do you think they're a little bit more realistic? Do you think they're just as stupid? They're going to be just as wrong? Do you I mean, I did 10, so I think I have a higher chance of some of them being right. And the thing is, I don't think my predictions were that crazy. I just think you could tell, man, that I was not prepared for the way the year was going to unfold, where it's like, bro, Sony's going to have a showcase. It's going to be bad. There's no other games coming out this year. There's no studio acquisitions. I mean, it really was a complete flip from what I expected. Dark Horse, you're saying they're pretty realistic? You're saying they bought... Oh, okay. Hold on. You're saying they bought Firewalk in April. Okay, I thought they bought somebody. All right. So I was correct in that then. Yeah. Okay. So when I said that Sony would buy 1 to 3 smaller to medium-sized studios, they did buy Firewalk. So I guess that does count. It was on the lower end. Okay. So I was right about GTA 6 getting announced. I was wrong about how it would be announced. It wasn't at a Sony show. I was right about Sony buying a studio. I was wrong about them buying more than one. And then I was wrong about there being 2 more games. I was wrong about what was the other one I was totally wrong? Oh, I was wrong about the live service games. So I was right in that we did get live service game announcements, but I was totally wrong in that I thought PlayStation fans might be happy about them. They were not. And I was right about the showcase. I was wrong about when it would happen and how exciting it would actually be. So not as bad as I guess as I think, but you could hear in my voice there's like you could tell, dude. Like at least me when listening back to myself, like you could tell, man, that guy, he just moments before disaster, you know? But you guys are saying my predictions this year are a little bit more realistic. I hope so. I would like to think they are because I mean we cannot go like flat out. 2024 cannot be the same as 2023 for Sony. That will be disastrous. It just can't. It can't be the same. It has to be better. That's not even hopium. That's just a fact. Like if it's not better, Sony's in trouble, in my opinion. I don't know how they'll, Microsoft has obviously big plans for 2024. Nintendo has big plans for 2024. You have to imagine Sony has to have some plans too. Austin Garrett, a member for 6 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying happy times, bro. Love your content. Also, from your experience, when do newborn kids start to get routines? Got my own now. You game a little bit less for now. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. I would say like in the first 6 months, they have a kind of routine like that newborns have, and a big part of that routine is sleeping. Once they kind of go past the 6 month mark and they start to get closer to the year mark, they start to it's really up to you and how you're parenting. Like it's you have the ability. I mean, they're a clean slate, man. You can develop their routines for them. So once they I would say, but I could be wrong about this because I'd really probably have to ask Mrs. MBG this question. But from what I can tell, it's really between the 6 month and year mark where you can start to actually mold a more solid routine. And then from the year mark and beyond, it, becomes a little bit more concrete. But again, it's based on you as a parent, like what you want to do. Because they're a newborn, man. They're a kid. They're a blank piece of paper, essentially, in terms of what they know. And so hopefully that helps, Austin. And yeah, dude, it's crazy. Time flies. Time flies, man. I would say just try to enjoy it. I will say, like, something I've noticed being a parent is, and I don't know, this is probably my biggest flaw, not just as a parent, but as a person, is, man, it becomes too easy to let, like, frustrations and things that, like, bother you, right? That are just things to get that, like, immediately give you an instinctual a feeling of annoyance or you're just a little bit, like, agitated, and allowing that to essentially dictate how that moment's going to be for you. And that's something that, being a parent, I've been still trying to work on. But in life in general, we're in control of our emotions as long as we choose to be, right? So, but Austin, I appreciate that support, man. And congrats on that. We have Prince Smith. You're saying it's hard AF, but I'll try to keep a filter on LMAO. Yeah, I would appreciate that, man. Because like I said, I got my first. I try to keep the channel in good order here with YouTube. Not being censoring everything, of course, but I did get my first. It's not a strike, but basically the first time YouTube telling me like, "Yo, this ain't safe for kids, bro," or not kids. Sorry, not even that. Like just basically age restricting it, and I've never had that happen on my channel before. And YouTube made it pretty clear to me, like, like they were clear it's not a strike, but they really don't want to have to do that to content. And you know, so there's some channels that lean into that, and that's fine. Like I obviously that everybody's gonna do what they want, but yeah, just try to keep it as clean as you can. Um, Trying to make sure I covered all the bases here, though. Let me see. I'm just so before I move on and I get to like the end of the stream, I just want to make sure that there aren't any obvious. You know what? I want to do one last thing. I want you guys in the chat to let me know some of your predictions because I'm curious. I've been so focused on my predictions, what I said last year, my own 10 predictions this year. I want to see some predictions that you guys might have that maybe I didn't mention, something different, something out of left field. Did I see Project Skyline? Seems like a Horizon Forbidden West live service game. I'm really interested to see how this Horizon live service multiplayer game turns out. Sony acquires 4 smaller studios. Okay. Sony buys Xbox. We're off to a great start here. Santa Monica's new IP will be announced. I think, yeah, I could see that potentially happening. Maybe in place of like Naughty Dog's game or something. First true AAA VR game. I'm assuming you mean like from Sony. Dale, you asked if I think Sony's making Uncharted 4. I think you meant Uncharted 5. I do think they're working on that, yeah. Foam, that's a good prediction, Angry Whale Watcher. Foam Stars will be fun and have its audience. Yeah, apparently Foam Stars is really, really a good game. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a shot when it comes out. Sony will end up having the marketing rights to GTA 6, you think? Predict we see something from Kojima. Yeah, I was going to throw that on there, but I didn't really make any predictions for second or third party games. But yeah, I think Death Stranding 2 we will see in 2024. I feel like we would have to. Apple buys Sony. Yeah, that'd be a pretty wild outcome. A black PS5 Pro. So you think the PS5 Pro will actually be black and not have the two-tone? That would be interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Sony, I do wonder. I think they'll have to stick with the two-tone color palette, man, for the Pro, just because of all the accessories and stuff. But they'll allow you to change the plates. That's an interesting prediction. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will end up winning Game of the Year for 2024. It's a possibility, man. I think it's safe to say it's going to be a contender. Ubisoft acquisition? A new Killzone. It's interesting reading all your different predictions here. A new Killzone would be quite surprising, but I think very welcome. But I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. That's a bold prediction. Bungie is finally put to rest and the devs are moved elsewhere. Holy shit. That would be I want to mark this, right? I want to try to remember this. Gaming Survivor predicts that Bungie's finally going to be put to rest and the devs are going to be moved elsewhere. It sounds crazy, but crazier things have happened, man. I don't think that's going to happen, but wouldn't it be a hell of a thing if we look back on this stream next year and it's like that actually did happen? A Gears of War collection? I think that was rumored for Microsoft, but you're saying a Gears of War collection for PlayStation. Oh, yeah, for sure. I know that's what you're talking about. I don't think there's a Gears collection. Not to my knowledge. GTA 6 gets delayed to 2027. Shit, dude. Sony will buy Xbox. Is that the second time I read that? You're thinking Bungie doesn't get folded, but they get restructured. Yeah, that seems more likely. Twisted Metal is announced, and it's a glow-up. That's another good prediction, yeah. The Atreus game will be announced. I'm a little unsure on that one. I don't know that there's going to be an Atreus game, like a dedicated one. Bloodborne 3 is announced. Wow. Now, you want to talk about a bold prediction. They're just going to skip the 2 and the remake. Yeah, that would be kind of crazy if Bungie got folded, because you're saying they have a new HQ and a new studio opening in Amsterdam. Yeah, but that stuff's probably pretty expensive to run too, you know? So getting restructured and downsizing, I don't think they'll get folded. That would be insane. Sony would, man, they would be labeled the bad guy in that scenario. And I think for that reason alone, it's like, dude, so just imagine that. Imagine the PR nightmare that Sony would have to deal with if they announced they're closing Bungie. I think Sony sells them before they close them. You know, I do. I think Sony sells them before they close them. Microsoft buys Larian Studios. I mean, that would be interesting. Yeah. Knack 3 is Kojima's secret new IP. I would love to see a Knack 3 from Kojima. Who's going to be the new CEO? It's anybody's guess, man. Well, guys, I appreciate you sharing your predictions with me. Certainly some interesting ones there. Some stuff I wouldn't have necessarily thought of. Yeah, I should have made a prediction for Bungie. I guess I'll say that as my prediction, that I think what will happen with Bungie is they won't be able to turn it around with Destiny 2. I think their reputation is permanently damaged to an extent. When I say permanent, well, maybe not permanent, but damaged for a good while. And I don't think that they'll ever be able to recover fully and get to the peak that they once were at. But I think what they could do is maybe Sony will downsize them. They'll have to make more cuts. And I think Marathon, I guess that the reason why it's hard to make a prediction for Bungie is because I feel like that prediction lies in how Marathon is perceived. I want to say that Marathon will be perceived. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, a Marathon could be a big hit. It could be a disaster. I really don't know. New Soul 9 with another super chat here. Thank you for that, bud. You're saying, MBG, I recommend you check out the Outlast Trials to play with members. I pre-ordered it and I love Outlast. Yeah, I saw that, man. I kind of forgot about that game. I loved Outlast 1. I didn't beat Outlast 2. I just didn't enjoy Outlast 2 as much for some reason. And Outlast Trials seems so, I don't know what it seems like to me. It's not really like on my radar, like I really want to play it, but it is interesting that they're taking the concept of Outlast and putting it in a multiplayer environment. I'll have to think about this one, New Soul 9. That would be pretty funny, though. Funny game to play with members. But I think this is where I'm going to wrap this stream up, though, guys. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes, so it was a really good stream. I wanted to be sure to do a dedicated predictions stream. Now, I am going to be releasing some videos this week. I am unsure if one of these videos will be a predictions video. I'm not quite sure yet. I don't know if I'm just going to leave it here for the stream or make it a video as well. But either way, I do appreciate you guys showing up and tuning in. And I definitely have to give a very big shout out to everybody who showed support today, especially membership gifters. I got to give a special shout out to Oliver he went nuts with the membership gifts. But Corey, Exley, I feel like I got to go back now and name everybody. Matt Fu, Hellbound, right? Mario. Who else? Who else gifted today? This is why I don't do like shout outs like this at the end. Zombie Dragon, because I'm always afraid I'm gonna miss some people. But everybody who gifted memberships too. You guys know who you are. That's the point. You know who you are, and you know how much it means to me and the community and the channel. So I know you see that it says we're sitting at 32 members. That is not accurate. We're sitting at 143 members today, which is wild to see. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was hoping to get off to a strong start with a good stream today. And as I say that, Disco Cobra 2013, out of literally nowhere, the 11th hour of the stream drops a $50 super chat. Holy shit, bro. I was not expecting that. So between the insane super chats and memberships, you guys are going crazy today. Got to give you Crazy Arnold for that. Disco Cobra, thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you. You're saying here, my prediction is more of the same from last year. Maybe a couple of surprises, but nothing big. Sony is pretty tight-lipped these days. Hope future stated plays or showcase announcements have some cool stuff. Hope we don't get a GTA 6 delay. Another trailer, though. I do think we're going to get another GTA 6 trailer next year. It would be kind of wild if we went a whole year without an update on that game of any kind. But that's interesting, Disco. You know, I will say I appreciate you putting this here. This is perfect timing because I was about to end the stream without looking at the other side of this. Right? I was looking at this in a singular fashion, and that is that I'm predicting there's going to be a lot of different things happening with Sony. And what you're saying, Disco Cobra, is that you think maybe it's going to be more of the same. And so if we look at 2024 and if we consider Sony going into 2024 basically doing more of the same, that would essentially equate to very minimal announcements, some underwhelming things happening, and some things leaving fans maybe a little bit frustrated, and some people just kind of, straight up being very unhappy with the way Sony's handling things. And I do have to say that is a possibility. Yeah, for sure. Like to me, it seems not realistic just because I don't want to believe that could happen. And we have Jay Shako. Jay Shako coming in, dropping another 10 membership gifts. He does it. Jay Shako gets us across the 150 member mark. Jay, I feel like I could be wrong. Is this your first time gifting memberships, man? Maybe it's not, but either way, a wild Jay Shako appears with a 10 bomb at the end of this stream on top of Disco Cobra's $50 super chat. Seriously, you guys are very kind. It's quite unbelievable. The generosity you guys show the channel, and I just want everybody to know I do not take it for granted. I really don't. It's insane to me. It is. So Jay Shako, man, I gotta give you that for dropping the 10 bomb, getting us to 153 members. Mind blown. Curls because of the 50. Well, there's no chance I could do any curls today. There's no chance I could do any curls today because I can't adjust my camera. But maybe I'll do one more set of presses before we end. I know you guys just want to see it. You want to see me get jacked. I'm telling you, man, if I stick to this though, you guys legitimately are gonna at least get my arms like ripped, bro. Like I should excuse me. I should have I should take like a picture or something at the beginning of this year, and we'll see. I got these weights. I got these dumbbells next to me. Keep lifting every time we hit goals, and I'll take a comparison shot at the end of the year. It's like a fucking just like totally shredded. But Jay, thank you so much for that, man. And Disco Cobra, yeah, I will say I don't want that to be the case. I would be honestly thoroughly and incredibly disappointed if we get more of the same from Sony this year, because more of the same from I want Sony in 2024, frankly, to be almost like, I don't want to say the opposite of how they were in 2023, because I think that is unrealistic. I think saying like, oh, they'll be totally different, but It's not that they need to be totally different. It's just, here's what it comes down to, Disco Cobra. And I think this is the epitome of my expectation from Sony this year. All I really want from Sony, because it's not, in my opinion, just a want, it is a want, but I think at this point it's needed for the platform, is new game announcements. That's it. I understand that 2024 could still be a weaker year for PlayStation if they don't have games ready. If the only first-party game we get from Sony is Concord, that would suck. Straight up, like, that would be horrible. But if they could at least, have some significant game announcements that let us know, like, hey, man, this year's not the year. And that sucks, and maybe we'll be very unhappy. But we got some great stuff coming, And so I'm not saying I expect this year to be bad or that I want it to be bad. Certainly not. I'm just trying to be realistic in my outlook here, where I said last year in my prediction that Sony's going to have 2 secret games, basically, that they're going to announce and drop before the end of the year. How would you guys feel if I said that's what they're going to do this year? Does that sound realistic? Does that sound possible? I'll tell you what. We don't have a Spider-Man 2 lined up. We don't have a Final Fantasy. Well, we have Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. But we don't have any first-party games other than Concord. I think Sony needs to try to have another first-party game ready for this year. And it would be quite disturbing if they didn't. But really what it comes down to is Sony has to show us what they have cooking. They do. When you look at Microsoft, right? Microsoft had this problem for a while where they were struggling to have a pipeline of games that got fans excited. And they seemingly corrected that. What's interesting is that, as far as I'm aware, Microsoft doesn't have dates for their games right now. I think they have like years attached to them. Like, I think Avowed is 2024, Hellblade's 2024, and it's funny because, like, dude, I remember 2022, for example, for Microsoft was a horrible year where they didn't have any games, and Xbox fans were critical of them. They were like, where are the games, bro? And it took a solid showcase in 2023. And obviously they had Starfield, and that helped a lot. But it was that showcase where it's like, here's our pipeline of games that we have coming, and here's some years attached to them. Sony needs that. That's what Microsoft had that last year. Sony didn't. And it is just difficult for me to imagine. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's difficult to imagine that Sony will have another year where they put on a weak showcase without announcing at least a couple of really great games that I'm not saying we'll launch this year, but it would be nice if they have a surprise game announcement that launches this year. But dude, that would be crazy. I just don't see how that could happen. It doesn't compute, It's one of these things where I'd have to see it to believe it, and if it happens, it happens. But you're probably Disco Cobra. I would say the upside to you having this outlook of like expecting more of the same, Sony being very quiet, tight-lipped, maybe a couple of announcements, which we'll take it certainly. The upside to that is you are being extremely realistic and you're not setting yourself up for disappointment. If there's one thing that I think was quite obvious about my predictions from last year is I don't think I was unfairly setting myself up for disappointment, because, again, looking back on it, I didn't say anything like totally out of left field. Like the craziest prediction I had last year was the 2 surprise game announcements that are going to launch in 2023. That was way off the mark. Like, that was just like, dude, that's not a thing, like, at all. Like, not even remotely. Everything else, there was a rhyme and there was a reason. And right now, there's absolutely a rhyme and a reason for for me to have the expectation that Sony's got to have some. Like, they got to have something exciting go down this year, because it's going to be a long year if they're planning on just doing the same thing again. It's going to be a long year. I feel that both Microsoft and Nintendo are primed. I do. Like I think Microsoft is primed to. I mean, they're gonna dude. Microsoft's gonna kick the fucking door down. Like if they haven't already. Like they have everything they need and want, and they're not stopping. Nintendo is gonna kick the fucking door down with their new console and a whole new generation. So the question I have is, Sony, what are you gonna do to kick the door down too? Because I think that's a fair question. Will, you don't think Microsoft is going to have some solid stuff? I'm not trying to like throw Microsoft into the conversation. I'm just kind of painting like generally speaking in 2024, it seems like a lot is going to go down. Like a lot of big things between all the companies. And I'm just, it would suck if Sony's just not ready. It would suck if they're not ready, they're not ready, but it would suck and we would feel that. You're saying they might put Call of Duty on Game Pass or something? Yeah, that'll be a big day when they announce that. New Soul 9 with a $5 super chat as well, saying, MBG, you never thought of getting a green screen in the back for some effects? Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I think a green screen would bother the shit out of me. Because I've seen people using green screens, and they definitely are versatile in that you can change it. And I know like having the static background, but I don't know. It was something I considered, but I'm like, I want to actually have like a tangible, real background that I just, because I would be looking at myself when I'm streaming, and I would notice like the imperfections, and like maybe other people wouldn't notice, but I would notice it, and it would bother the hell out of me. I can tell, like I would just feel the need, like I want to have a real background here. But again, I should get a green screen at some point. Maybe doing it occasionally would be fun. Certainly. Some of the crazy stuff you could do with a green screen. Some of the crazy stuff I've seen. But yeah, dude, New Soul 9, I appreciate the super chats, man. And New Soul 9's like, bro, here's what we gotta do with your channel this year, MBG. We'll see. Yeah, and that's the thing. You guys won't be able to see Boss. I felt really bad for Boss last night. There was a lot of fireworks going off, and he does not like fireworks. He was very unsettled. He's cool now, though. So I gave him his catnip snacks. I can't give him any today. I gave him a little too much last night, but I was trying to give him his catnip snacks to relax him a bit. But yeah, guys, wow, I gotta say, I'm just shocked at the generosity of this community. Disco Cobra coming in with a $50 super chat. Jay Shaka with a a 10 membership gift bomb, and then New Soul 9 with another super chat. So thank you guys so much. I was a little bit concerned. I won't lie. I never really took time off of YouTube, like a whole week, and even then, I made like 2 or 3 videos. I couldn't help myself. But in terms of just really like streaming and having output, it was like the first time I really took a solid break, and I was a little bit nervous. I was like nervous, like, man, did that thing happen where I took too much time off, and now my channel's like, everybody just is going to leave, and I've seen that happen sometimes with content creators, and it's a weird phenomenon. So I just want to thank you guys for making my first stream of 2024 a resounding success and a really fun one. And yeah, it's awesome. I'm super excited for this year, man. I am. Like, look, even if PlayStation doesn't have the greatest year, I am excited to see what Nintendo and what Microsoft do, and I'm just excited to see what major, I don't know, reveals or changes or announcements. I think it's kind of nice going into this year knowing that there isn't like some kind of major like acquisition or something that's in the process. You know what I mean? it feels like a bit like more of a fresh start this time around, where the sky's the limit for all these gaming companies, and I'm looking forward to it. I really want to see what happens with Nintendo, because I'm like really wondering if this should be the year where God, man, it would be. It's hard to imagine myself doing this. It is, because it's like, dude, I haven't cared about Nintendo since I was like fucking 10 years old. Honestly, I played Nintendo over the years, but like, I mean, casually saying I play Nintendo casually is that's just not an accurate description. It's like once in a blue moon type thing. And knowing that they have like a new Switch model that they're going to announce for the next gen Switch, I don't know, man. It's kind of tantalizing to consider, maybe is it time for me to return to Nintendo? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. But that's going to do it for this stream. I do want to let all of my members know we will be doing a members lounge after the stream for a little bit, okay? So I'm going to set that up. It'll probably take me a good 10 or 15 minutes. I think I need to like make some tea. I'm going to need that. But yeah, 4 hours, good stuff. PlayStation 2024 predictions, man. We'll see. We'll see what turns out to be true. What turns out to just be ridiculous nonsense from MBG. But yeah, one last major shout out to all of my members. 153 members. Amazing stuff. Seriously, that's a huge number. You guys are incredible. I could not do what I do here without you. So shout out to you. Shout out to everybody who super chatted, and shout out to everybody who watches the content. I also want to make sure I give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps. He does an amazing job, and they are invaluable. So thank you so much, man. And there we go. Happy New Year. I hope everybody gets off to a good start, and I hope for all of you who have goals, you can achieve them, or at least get close to achieving them. And we'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about our goals, our hopes, our dreams for 2024 in the members lounge. So, actually, you're saying you predict I will continue to have an awesome community. Yeah, I think so. I think it's safe to say that will continue, man. So, all right. For any of my members that are going to join me in the members lounge, I will see you in a little bit. And to everybody else, if you're not going to join, or if you're going to, come back the next stream, I will see you then. So that does it, guys. Until the next time, take care. And I'm going to try to end my stream a little bit differently, so it might be a little bit awkward. Let's see. Am I sure I want to exit while live?